Just over 100 years ago, a wandering prospector, a German by origin called Karl Mauch, searching for gold, came through these remote hills on a long trail and stumbled on this. He was the first white man ever to see it. And what he'd found, though he didn't know, were the largest man-made structures in any part of old Africa south of the valley of the Nile. What were these mysterious ruins found so unexpectedly in the far interior of Africa? About the ancient history of the black peoples, nothing was remembered in the outside world or even known. Today, at last, we're beginning to learn. We know now that these great buildings stood at the heart of a powerful black kingdom. Within these almost overwhelming walls, the kings lived in royal seclusion, adding to their mystery according to the nature of kings. Invested with a religious as well as a temporal power, they were believed to embody the whole welfare of their people. A stone-built city in the heart of Africa, and yet the white people who first saw it were so blinded by their prejudices that they could not believe the evidence of their own eyes. Rather than face the possibility that Africans might have a history of their own, they fabricated exotic explanations and imagined fantastic rites in honor of faraway monarchs like King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. The famous German philosopher Friedrich Hegel had set the tone. Though he'd never been to Africa and knew nothing of its people, this was his publicly expressed opinion in 1831.
This is the land where men are children, a land lying beyond the daylight of self-conscious history and enveloped in the black color of night. At this point, let us forget Africa, not to mention it again. For Africa is no historical part of the world.
Hegel was not alone. His views were echoed widely. An English explorer who did know Africa and had studied some of its customs and languages, Richard Burton, had this to say.
The study of the Negro is the study of man's rudimental mind. He would appear rather a degeneracy from the civilized man than a savage rising to the first step, were it not for his total incapacity for improvement. He has not the ring of the true metal. There is no rich nature for education to cultivate. He seems to belong to one of those childish races, never rising to man's estate, who fall like worn-out links from the great chain of animated nature.
Another famous explorer, Samuel Baker, who passed through this very district in his search for the source of the Nile, wrote in his memoirs,
"Human nature, viewed in its crudest state as seen amongst African savages, is quite on the level with that of the brute, and not to be compared with the noble character of the dog. There is neither gratitude, pity, love, or self-denial, no idea of duty, no religion, nothing but covetousness, ingratitude, selfishness, and cruelty."
In a manner which seems quite unforgivable today, Europeans in the 18th and 19th centuries preferred to forget what their forebears had known very well, that kingdoms flourished in West Africa which were as sumptuous and as well governed as any in medieval Europe itself. What is more, the reports of traders and diplomats who visited these kingdoms assumed no attitudes of racial superiority. Racism, in fact, is a rather modern sickness. Nothing more clearly illustrates the change that was to come than the European art of the Renaissance, and earlier still. White and black take their place in these paintings with equal dignity. There's no hint here of what a later world was to call human nature in its crudest state. And this acceptance of equality between black and white had also been a keynote of the Middle Ages. Among the revered saints of Central Europe was the black martyr, St. Maurice. As we shall see, he's one of the heroes of this story. What then was the cause of this enormous change in white attitudes from equality to racist prejudice? History gives one dominating reply: the Atlantic trade in slaves. Based in strong castles on the West African coast, the nations of Europe vied with each other in the massive removal of millions of captured men and women. Their guns were not pointed at Africa, which was seldom regarded as a source of danger, but out to sea, ready to face rival ships suddenly appearing over the horizon. Africans, of course, have not been the only victims of racism and color prejudice. But if, as I believe, they've suffered more acutely than the other peoples of the world, the reason lies here. For over 300 years, this magnificent coast was the scene of organized and systematic cruelty. Year after year, black people were dragged from their homes into the white man's world of misery and degradation. They were presented as less than human, objects for buying and selling, like cattle, against whom any act of violence and debasement was justified. Wherever the slave trade spread its ruin, the stability and fabric of African life were destroyed. But something else was also destroyed, and that was the mutual respect which had previously existed between white and black. But after all, the slave trade ended a long time ago. Surely it's time to think again. Those old ideas about black inferiority were completely wrong, without foundation. As it happens, modern science has given us a vast fund of new and reliable knowledge which shows that the black peoples do indeed have a history of their own, as rich and strange, as long and sometimes surprising as any major branch of the human family. On the high plateau of Central Africa, in what is now modern Zimbabwe, stand the Matopo Hills. Large numbers of leopards inhabit these rock formations, which in their strange mystery and shape seem to take us back to the carvings of ancient African history. To the people of this region, this unearthly landscape has always been a sacred place, and still is to this day. Tucked away in these Matopo hills, there are messages from the very dawn of history. This is the Nswatugi Cave, one of the many rock shelters in the Matopos that were decorated by the people who lived here in ancient times. These truly marvelous rock paintings were inspired by motives that we don't know. Probably there was a variety of motives, as with all great art. Those distant peoples who faced the wild wilderness of primeval Africa must surely have felt the need for psychological and spiritual reassurance, as well as for magic to safeguard their cattle. And their artists of long ago clearly loved to portray the animals they knew. The land was ideally suited by its climate for man and beast to prosper. And even today, perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 years later, it's easy to recognize duiker, kudu, antelope, and giraffe. The arid wilderness of the Great Sahara, 3,000 miles to the north, could hardly be in greater contrast. Yet here, in the 1950s, even more surprising evidence was found of early African history. Today, the place belongs to the creatures of the desert, lizards, scorpions, and snakes that can survive the searing temperatures of this thirsty land, one of the driest and most desolate regions on Earth. Water is the rarest and most precious commodity. Yet, even here, it must once have flowed in abundance. The revelation of these rock paintings in the Tassili Mountains of the Algerian Sahara just 30 years ago astonished the world. Whole communities of people who were obviously African in origin had created marvelous galleries of ancient art depicting most vividly the life of the Green Sahara, as it must once have been. First we see hunting folk and the animals they lived among, the clearest proof that this region of the Sahara long ago teemed with wild game. The earliest paintings may be 7,000 or 8,000 years old. But not all the people who inhabited this huge region were nomadic hunters. This horse, complete with saddle and bridle, points to the development of transport systems and traders. And this ox-drawn plough to the planting and growing of crops. Whether for war or sport, elaborate chariots came into use, while the clothing of these people bears a striking resemblance to the tunics of ancient Egypt. The evidence of these paintings suggests a continuous community of peoples living right across the Sahara, from the Atlantic to the valley of the Nile. Then, some 4,500 years ago, the climate began to undergo a disastrous change. Gradually, the Sahara lost its rainfall, its animal life, and finally, its people. Abandoning their increasingly arid pastures, more and more people from the Sahara had to join their forerunners and follow the trails in search of a secure supply of water. Some headed for the tropical rainforests which lay to the south and west. Others moved east towards the valley of the River Nile. Fed by Africa's greatest lake, the Nile runs north for over 4,000 miles before reaching its outflow in the Mediterranean Sea. It's the longest river on Earth, and no river anywhere pushes on so relentlessly through mile after mile of vast and rainless desert regions after it's been joined by the Blue Nile tumbling down from the mountain plateau of Ethiopia. But the Nile is more than a great river. It's a whole library of the history we're looking for. From the earliest times of human settlement along the river, some 10,000 years ago, the Nile was the giver of life to ancient communities who came to its banks and found on fertile soil that was enriched unfailingly, year by year, by the flood of silt. Those early people were among the ancestors of the Egyptians and the Sudanese of today. Others may have come from the Middle East, but the archaeological evidence combines to show that the main lines of incoming migration were from the southwest and the west. In other words, from the African communities of the Sahara. 5,000 years ago, this homeland had already become the scene of a civilization in many ways unmatched anywhere else in the ancient world. This is where we have to begin, in the Egypt of the pharaohs, in the African land that was the gift of the god of the Nile. It's easy enough to believe, within these corridors built to a gigantic scale and yet wonderfully proportioned, that you've entered a world sprung complete from the lap of the gods. Egypt of the pharaohs was the greatest and the oldest and the most inventive of all the high civilizations of antiquity. And it flourished for 3,000 years. It set a pattern, an example for peoples near and far. But where were its roots, its origins, its starting point? Most of us have believed or have been taught that the glories of the pharaohs could never have been created by African people or African ideas because, it's been said, Africans could never have built a high civilization. Here reigned for dynasty after dynasty the kings who wore the double crown, the combined crown of Upper Egypt and of the Delta. But what had they to do with Africa? How could this grand hierarchy of gods and spirits have anything in common with the superstitious mumblings of the black peoples of inner Africa? Wandering among the treasures of the Cairo Museum, it's easy to think of the Egypt of the pharaohs as a civilization complete within itself, owing little or nothing to outside influences from whatever source, entirely its own creation. And I imagine that most visitors conclude as they listen to their guides that a statue such as this of the young king Tutankhamun may have turned very black in the course of centuries, but could not have been a black man in the first place. It's a view which is now increasingly under challenge, not least from African historians and archaeologists. One of the more outspoken of these is Professor Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, who has made a special study of the origins of the people of ancient Egypt.
Contemporains des Égyptiens et même des philosophes du 19e siècle. Voici, dans le tombeau de Ramsès III, au XIIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ, les 4 races connues des Égyptiens représentées sur le même plan. Ici, vous avez l'Égyptien, le type générique de la race, en noir charbon, si je puis dire, avec toutes ses particularités ethniques. Et sur le même tableau, vous avez le type indo-européen représenté également, avec toutes ces différences par rapport au type égyptien, du point de vue de la couleur de la peau et du point de vue du vêtement. Et ici, vous avez les autres Africains qui habitaient à l'époque l'intérieur du continent représentés de la même façon que les Égyptiens.
That particular painting, however, is a rare exception, the only one, as far as I know, that so clearly makes the professor's point. For the most part, the ancient Egyptians had themselves portrayed as reddish pink, but of course they intermarried with Asians, and even more with other Africans. Many of their noble ladies were Nubians and lovingly portrayed as such. This painting comes from the tomb of Hemaka, clearly a black lady, with a handmaiden behind her, just as surely white. It followed that the royal children were often black as well, as was King Senusret, seen here wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt. Or this pharaoh, of unknown name, but obviously of high prestige in his time, and just as clearly African. Elephantine Island in the Nile marked the border between Egypt and Nubia, and was a place of great sanctity in ancient times. Among the travelers who came here were the earliest European historians, the Greeks, men like Herodotus, brought up as he was in the classical tradition which regarded the various races of the known world as different but equal. The Greeks knew Egypt well and firmly believed that the original Egyptians were black people who had come from the south to settle the land of the Nile. But Herodotus himself got no further than this. He was prevented by the first cataract from traveling further south. And so he never saw the huge temple which Ramesses II chose to build here at Abu Simbel, further south into inner Africa than any other great monument built by the pharaohs to celebrate their power. A few years ago, with immense ingenuity, the entire structure was lifted to a new site, above the artificial lake which has drowned all the sites of the most ancient kingdoms that flourished here in Nubia, even before the first of the pharaohs. But why should he have built this great temple so far to the south? Perhaps because his queen, Nefertari, was herself a Nubian. And also because these were the people of the south, whom he wanted to impress with evidence of the prisoners he'd taken in faraway Syria and Asia Minor. Even mighty temples like this one have to be seen against the background origins of ancient Egyptian civilization. And those origins, in the light of modern science, were above all African. No matter what ideas or customs the pharaohs may have found in the Asian lands they conquered, Egypt's beginnings were in the south, in this inner Africa, which the ancient Egyptians called the land of the gods, of the African gods whom they revered as their guardian spirits. The time came when Egyptian conquests ended. 400 years later, it was the turn of the kings of the south of Nubia, who now marched north to subdue the power of Egypt itself. And here is the most famous of those mighty kings of the south, recognized by the peoples of that time, the 7th century BC, as among the masters of the world. This one, as it happens, received a favorable mention in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, as the emperor of Kush and of all Egypt, whose name was Taharka. By 650 BC, the Nubian kings who had subdued Egypt were ready to withdraw to the south, to Napata, and then to a new capital in their kingdom of Kush, at Meroe. And there we must follow them if we are to understand the history of this inner Africa, which exercised so strong an early influence on ancient Egyptian civilization, and which later was to reflect that influence. The city of Meroe was situated 1,000 miles south of the old Egyptian frontier, far into inner Africa. I never come here without a sense of wonder, for right ahead, in the midst of this pitiless desert, there stands one of Africa's great historical surprises. The remnants of a lost civilization, standing across the skyline, as though shipwrecked on the sands of time. These are the pyramid tombs of the kings and queens of Meroe, who reigned and were buried here through more than 6 centuries. Long ruined by tomb robbers and by time, the pyramids are being restored and even reconstructed. Meroitic civilization still presents many puzzles. One is that the monarchs of Kush built their pyramid tombs long after such monuments had ceased to be raised in Egypt. Partly because the pyramids of Meroe are neither as old nor as massive as those of Egypt, it's been assumed that all this was a mere provincial copy of that greater civilization. In fact, it was far more than a copy. The similarities are there, but other aspects of Meroitic culture are found nowhere else. Another intriguing question is the relationship between the ancient people of Meroe, kings, queens, and citizens, and the modern Nubians who live in this region today. We can still see their stylized portraits in stone, but what did they really look like? I asked Dr. Ali Osman of the University of Khartoum.
Oh, they look like me, of course. I am a Nubian. Very much the Nubians of today are the Nubians of yesterday. We got to understand that rather carefully, because the Nubian culture actually have not yet been very much explored. The Nubians from within. I mean, I, the Nubian, what I do and how I behave, wouldn't have changed that much from what the medieval Nubians have done. But the influence that were coming on us as Nubians, starting as early as, you could say, the Egyptian, and coming down to the Muslim and Arab influence, have been changing. That does not mean that the Nubians have changed.
But this identity has had to survive many foreign incursions and even conquests. At one time, Meroe fell before the invading armies of Aksum, another ancient kingdom high in the mountains of what is now Ethiopia. In more recent times, the Turks and the British have sent in their armies of occupation. Most lasting of all has been the influence of Islam. But through all these changes, the Nubians have done more than retain their identity. Just as they absorbed influences from elsewhere, so they too have had a deep cultural impact on their neighbors. They build now as they've always built, in all probability just as the people of Meroe built, with an old effort-saving rhythm, constructing mud walls to defy the scorching heat of the Nubian summer. Their beds are no different from those of their ancient ancestors, like this one in Khartoum Museum, with a pattern of headrest which is much the same here and right across Africa as those of 5,000 years ago. And the traditional clan marks cut into this Nubian's face can be seen, exactly reproduced on a stone relief which decorates one of the pyramids just a couple of miles away. It's been said that Meroe was the Birmingham of ancient Africa. And that wasn't altogether a flight of fancy, for the people of Meroe had a very extensive iron-making industry. Just consider this enormous pile of industrial waste, of slag. It proves that among the major activities of the people of this flourishing city was to smelt iron. And here is a bit of the residue. A few yards away stood the great temple of Ammon, Meroitic, although dedicated to a very Egyptian god. And somewhere in the sand, if I can find it, there's another remarkable fragment of inner African originality. Here it is, a stone inscribed with a fully operative script that was invented for the African language of Meroe in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. 23 signs for letters and a word divider. One of the earliest alphabetical ways of writing invented anywhere in the world, and still a puzzle for modern scholarship. In wealthy houses surrounding the temple were found some of the comforts and enjoyments of Meroitic life. The style of these pots is uniquely Nubian and repeated nowhere else in the Nile Valley. Half a day's journey from Meroe by modern transport, a little further into the sand and rock of the Butana Desert, there stands another complex of stone buildings, this time dedicated to the gods of Kush and not to the gods of Egypt. Nowadays, this place is called Musawarat. Strange hints remain among the ruins, like this old lion in the sand. But what were these buildings for? Perhaps the kings of ancient Kush strolled beneath these colonnades. Historians have offered this or that explanation. My own is that the principal function of this unexampled and powerful building made it unique in the ancient world. This function, I think, was for the taming and training of the great African elephant. That seems to be the best explanation of the remarkable stone ramps which occur here, like this one, and that one over there, and another long one going over there. We can accept that the taming of the African elephant, bigger and more difficult to handle than its Indian cousin, had become a speciality of the Kushites of Meroe. With their skills, they converted this, the greatest of Africa's wild animals, into the military tank of the ancient world. When Hannibal of Carthage invaded Roman Italy across the Alps, he had 38 war elephants in his army. The skills of the elephant trainers of Musawarat may well have contributed to that legendary feat. These temple walls provide a surprising reminder of much greener times with abundant pastures for domestic grazing. All that has vanished. As the desert advanced from the Sahara, the civilization of Meroe disappeared. Today, away from the banks of the Nile, only nomads can survive. This well has never been known to run dry. The scene is exactly as it was when I first came here, some 30 years ago, and I doubt if it's changed very much in 1,000 years. Proud and self-sufficient, these people seem untouched by the modern world. It's rare to see a single mass-produced item among their belongings, or anything made of plastic. It's as if they share a determination to rely on nothing but themselves and their animals. Visiting Europeans have usually made the mistake of judging the degree of civilization among different peoples by the number of their possessions. The ancient traditions of these nomads reach back to the very beginnings of history. And should they still remember their ancient gods, those too are still here, not yet swallowed up by the encroaching sand. Here at Naga, there's an even more remarkable mixture of local and imported influences. King Natakamani triumphs over his prisoners in a very Egyptian style. The python, on the other hand, was an inner African religious symbol, regarded in many lands down to this day as a figure of spiritual power. And this representation of the lion god looks quite Indian with his 3 heads and 4 arms, but he too is uniquely Meroitic. The kingdom of Kush collapsed in the 4th century AD, but evidence has recently come to light that some of its people migrated across the plains of Kordofan towards the Nuba Hills. Less influenced by Islam than the Nubians along the Nile, the people of this region have become of considerable interest to historians because they may be closer in their way of life to the Nubians of old. As it happened, we chanced on a special day among these Nuba people, a bit like a cup final. This is Africa as it can still be found, away from tourists, motor cars and big cities, celebrating in its own fashion. A number of cultural links have been found to suggest that these people may well share a common heritage with distant ancestors who lived in the time of the kings and queens of Kush. Village teams, each wearing its own distinctive color, have gathered from a wide area to take part in one of the oldest of all sporting events, but also a passion among the Nuba, wrestling. So intricate are the rules governing not only the contest itself, but also exactly who may wrestle with whom on the basis of family relationships, that it's almost impossible for a visitor to follow all the moves. But for the historian, there's another close relationship between the Nuba wrestling of today and that of ancient times. Dating from around 2500 BC, these vivid paintings have been copied from an Egyptian tomb at Beni Hassan. Increasingly, it seems that these people can indeed trace their past back to civilizations in antiquity. And their ancient sport provides one more small piece of evidence of a continuous social tradition that's lasted for centuries. Yet these are the very people whom the 19th century explorer Samuel Baker described as human nature in its crudest state, not to be compared with the noble character of the dog. After the contest comes the celebration. Some of these Nuba girls may well be Muslim, but it's no part of their tradition to hide their faces behind veils. They have a pride and place within society, in line with the customs of old Nubia. and even of Merowe itself, whose rulers were often women. In another part of the Nuba Hills, just a few miles to the southeast, the teachings of Islam have made no headway at all. The people of these villages have quite consciously chosen to reject either Western or Islamic dress. Free spirits under an African sky, young girls dance as much for their own pleasure as for the spectators, breathing life into these astonishingly similar images of Nubian dancing girls, performing for the pharaohs 5,000 years ago. Famed for their grace and beauty, they had an honored place in the life of ancient Egypt. That the one should still be regarded as primitive and the other as part of the world's cultural heritage reflects on the ignorance and prejudice of the modern world, and not at all on them. On the day that I visited Merowe, a pyramid was being rebuilt, not with the aid of bulldozers and cranes, but by the traditional techniques used in their original construction. As each great shaft of masonry was hauled up the ramp and pushed into place, for me, the continuity of African history was brought directly alive. The Egypt of the pharaohs did not spring whole and complete from its own local genius. It owed much to inner Africa. In the years ahead, more evidence will surely come to light which will emphasize that it's to the whole of the Nile that we must look, and to lands lying far in the interior for the source and origin of these great civilizations that have flourished along its banks. The last of these pyramid tombs was completed around AD 340. Then came a time of change. Merowe disappeared, and after the middle of the 6th century, this old civilization underwent another transformation, and one that brings us closer to our own world. From the north, Christianity spread south into the lands of Nubia. This was once the far-famed monastery of St. Simeon, near Aswan. The faded frescoes on the chapel roof can only hint at its past magnificence. But in the 1960s, by a stroke of great good fortune, the full glory of medieval Nubian painting was suddenly revealed. The story behind the finding and the saving of these wonderful mural paintings is almost a miracle. As the waters of Lake Nasser rose to engulf the old Christian Nubian city of Faras, archaeologists managed to dig down to the level of the long-buried walls of its cathedral founded in AD 707. And pulling away the dry sand, they saw what nobody had seen for centuries, these paintings, and removed them in the nick of time. Now safely in Khartoum Museum, they glow once again with their distant message of art and piety. The Christian civilization of Nubia was one of wealth and comfort. A visitor in the 10th century, Ibn Salim al-Aswani, described the city of Soba, one of Christian Nubia's 3 capitals, as having fine buildings, spacious houses, churches with much gold, and cool, delightful gardens. He might well have added priceless works of ecclesiastical art. Splendidly preserved by the dry sand, these figures take us directly to the heart of Nubian Christianity. Here is the nativity scene with the Virgin and the Archangel Gabriel portrayed in the conventional style and unnatural skin color of the Byzantine church, from which, of course, the Nubians took their beliefs. Over here are the 3 kings of Orient riding to Bethlehem, one of them clearly an African, and down here is a Nubian princess looking, I must say, very much like the Nubians look today. These are portraits of Nubian bishops. 25 of them were listed in Faras Cathedral as having succeeded one another from the 8th to the 11th centuries. The line might have stretched right up to the present day, so settled and secure did Christian Nubia appear. But it was not to be. This monastery did not simply fall into decay. It was sacked by the Saracens in the year 1172. The origins of that disaster lay not with the Christian Nubians, who'd been at peace for centuries with their Muslim neighbors to the north. The origins lay in Europe. The first of the great crusades, whose purpose was to recapture the holy places from the Muslims, set out in the year 1096. Many knights fought for God's purposes. Many others fought for those of Mammon. As one crusade followed another, those first high purposes became corrupt. The holy cause turned into a reckless rush for loot. Very soon they provoked a massive reaction. A holy war of Islam was launched under a brilliant Saracen general, Saladin. From his great citadel in Cairo, Saladin set out to crush not only the European invaders, but also, and this is something that a later world forgot, their African allies in the south. Historians have moments of bubbling excitement when they find proofs of something they'd only guessed to be true. I almost jumped for joy when I first saw this small wooden plaque from Nubia. For it's a unique proof of something that I'd guessed, that the Christian Nubians of 7 or 8 centuries ago also took part in the old wars of religion, the crusades against conquering Islam. And here you see the crusader from Nubia with his cross, wearing chainmail and his sturdy steed, just as we in Europe can still see portrayals of our own crusaders. In this old film, taken half a century ago, Nubian horsemen can still be seen in their chain mail. The Black Crusaders of 800 years ago must have looked very similar as they gathered at fortified monasteries before setting out on that disastrous venture. Safe within his mighty Cairo citadel, Saladin was waiting to annihilate them. And there came an end to Christianity in these lands, an eclipse so final and complete that the world forgot, almost till now, that Christian Nubia had ever existed. Yet distant echoes of that long-lost epic can still be caught on the winds of history and in unexpected places. The Cathedral of Magdeburg, a famous capital of medieval Germany. From here, in the year 1228, the German Emperor Frederick led out his knights on the Sixth Crusade. And a few years later, a new statue was raised to the patron saint of Magdeburg, St. Maurice. Astonishingly, but beyond question, an entirely black St. Maurice. Until then, the many statues of St. Maurice around Western Europe had invariably shown this military saint as white. But here at Magdeburg, St. Maurice suddenly became black. Unmistakably, to my mind, the Black Knight of Christian Nubia, Christ's warrior from the distant south. So here his noble figure stands to this day, certainly the most important, perhaps the most moving sculpture of an African in all the history of European art. It was created and set up in this great German cathedral to honor the fame and virtue of an African friend and ally, different in face and form, but just as surely equal in dignity and human worth. Dancing is the great popular art of the black peoples, and the rhythms of Africa have long ago crossed the seas and become part of the history of music in the modern world. This is a Mandinka dance of West Africa, in which the spirit of the forest comes to condemn wrong behavior. At first sight, it may seem wild and primitive, but the dance is more complex than it looks. To the Mandinka, it has a religious meaning and a moral purpose. There are references to ritual, to myths and stories about the past. In a country where little was written down and stories are still often told in the form of myth and music, the dance itself is a living embodiment of Mandinka history. Many Africans today live in modern cities where the dominant influence seems to be European, not African. The old history and traditions are half forgotten beneath the cars and the concrete. Africa once had its own cities, its own civilizations, and now there's a growing awareness of the dignity and splendor of the past. But beyond the cities, in the empty solitudes, there seems at first to be no history to remember. Scientists are now agreed that human life first took shape in Africa, long before it evolved anywhere else on Earth. But development in those early days was extremely slow, and until a few thousand years ago, most of this huge continent, like most of the rest of the world, was almost empty of people. Before men learned to farm, the land could support only a few scattered groups of hunters. This is the story of African peoples over the centuries, of how they learned to develop the skills that enabled them to overcome huge difficulties, difficulties imposed on them by their environment. The pioneering peoples who set out to master their continent long ago had to overcome tremendous obstacles. They had to survive in a climate and ecology of ferocious extremes. They had to fight off an army of killing fevers, pests, tropical diseases, man-eating beasts. And they had to learn how to farm under tropical conditions. Their mastering of their continent has to be seen, I think, as one of the decisive achievements of human history. I've chosen to visit three peoples, each with their own part in the story. These are the Dogon of Mali, whose art and whose dances keep their history alive for them. The people of Sukur in northeastern Nigeria still live in the stone-built villages of their ancestors and still follow a way of life which they've evolved for themselves through the centuries. The Pokot, a people of northern Kenya, have defied efforts to modernize their way of life. They've achieved their own balance with nature and are content with it. But long before these peoples learned how to master their continent, small groups such as the Khoi or Bushmen had made their own contribution. Until recently they lived by hunting and gathering, just as the earliest human beings are known to have done. Khoi technology has remained essentially Stone Age, even though they now use iron-tipped arrows borrowed from their more advanced neighbors. The Khoi have devised complex arrow poisons made from a mixture of plant extracts and the toxic entrails of a species of beetle larva. Stone Age or not, their skill at tracking game has never been surpassed. The Twa peoples of the forests of Zaire, better known to us as Pygmies, also lived a wandering life as hunters. This 50-year-old film records the ingenuity with which these so-called primitive people built a bridge across a river. First, a man was hoisted to treetop height at the end of a long rope of plaited vine. An enterprise like this called for a high degree of cooperation and planning in advance. Yet the Twa had no political organization as we understand it. Their population was small, and their technology had not advanced beyond the Stone Age. Such bridges helped the Twa in their wandering life. Settled village communities became possible only with another major development. That major advance in the history of Africa began with the domestication of cattle 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. The population multiplied and the cattle herders spread far to the south. Some of them came to the great Rift Valley of East Africa, where they succeeded so well that their descendants, or people very like them, still occupy the area today. For much of the year, this is an arid wilderness of thorn scrub. Only for a few weeks during the rainy season, the thorn trees are green and lush. Many of the pastoral peoples who live here today can demonstrate for us some of the crucial advances which Africans have made in their history. The great move from food gathering to food production led to settled community life with all the social and political complexities which flowed from that. These developments are manifest in the history of the Pokot. A Pokot family homestead, like this one, at first sight looks hopelessly primitive and squalid, and its inhabitants just as wretchedly poor and ignorant. But anyone who has the patience to live alongside the Pokot, or a people with a comparable way of life, soon finds out that appearances can be misleading, even completely wrong. It's happened to me more than once in wandering about Africa's more remote corners. What the outsider sees as primitive and helpless can become, on better acquaintance, an astonishingly inventive and ingenious adaptation to nature and to nature's possible gifts. For these Pokot, the most fruitful of nature's gifts has been cattle. Over many centuries of gradual development, Africans have bred varieties of cattle able to flourish under tropical conditions. Cattle have become central to everyday life. From earliest infancy, children are trained to help look after them. A woman must be given cattle when she marries, and so must her father. Cattle represent what money has become for us, a measure of social standing, a credit rating, and essential to living. An important man like Lokoriongolol has 6 wives, which means that he must have many cattle, either in his dairy herd or in other herds nearby. The strategy behind this obsession with cattle is more sensible than it seems. It was essential for pastoral peoples to keep as many animals as possible so as to guard against drought or disaster. By integrating livestock with every aspect of their lives, the Pokot ensured their own survival. Each woman has rights over a number of animals, and she sees to it that her rights are respected. Only the children are allowed to trespass. But drinking from the udder is permitted only in the rainy season when milk is plentiful. Goats and camels can feed on the leaves of plants and shrubs which cattle won't touch. Camels were introduced to the East African Rift Valley from far in the north, so the Pokot have had to breed and raise them under very different conditions. Instead of using camels for transport, as desert and northern peoples do, the Pokot have learned to rely on them for an addition to their supply of meat and milk. Boys belong to a group of companions of their own age. Such age groups, each with its own rights and duties, are a central part of Pokot social structure. The Pokot were entirely self-sufficient in the past and are largely so today. They buy little from outside their community because they can find or make the things they need from their own resources, especially from their livestock. A goat skin is pegged out to dry for the tanning process. A hide is scraped free of hair. Later it'll be softened with oil or fat and shaped for clothing. The essence of Pokot life, and this has been a general truth for most of Africa's peoples, lies in having developed and conserved a workable balance with nature, in knowing how nature, properly used, can fulfill the material needs of every day. It's a balance which highly industrialized countries are now beginning to realize that they must learn to recover. Everything here can have its use, even cow dung. Dung is useful as an insulating and weatherproofing material for walls and roofs, just as it used to be in Europe. These little huts are for sheltering young calves and kids from the heat of the day, and also for weaning them from their mothers. Women altogether govern domestic life. Though men like to command, women have a large area of authority and the self-respect which goes with that. A new byre being built is for a calf, which is this woman's property, although that's a European way of looking at it. The Pokot themselves don't have a word for ownership, because they consider life is not a matter of personal property. It's a matter of balanced rights and duties between each individual in the community. So women should do their work and men should do theirs, even if women, at least to an outsider's eyes, seem to do far more of it than men. The Pokot have had to acquire an intimate and detailed knowledge of their environment. The bush around their homes is not a wilderness. It's a kind of conservatory of useful products, fibers, herbs, medical remedies, everyday wants. If a woman like Chepuchongil needs something apart from imported luxuries like her beads, she doesn't go out to shop. She walks into the bush and brings back what she's looking for. It's a skill and knowledge learned in the family by a long process of practical experiment and handed down from one generation to another. Outsiders may be ignorant of this knowledge, but it's not a secret. Anyone who asks can be taught. The bark of the desert rose which Chepochongil gathered has been pounded and mixed with water. The resultant infusion is a powerful insecticide. The women rub it on the young camels to rid them of ticks which carry disease, rather as modern farmers might use a sheep dip. Africa's peoples have had to invent their own ways of using natural resources. Skills like rolling twine from bark fiber are not as easy as they seem. And Pokot life really is like making twine. It looks simple, but it's the outcome of a complex development, social but also political. Here's a people who have no kings, no chiefs, no police force of their own, and really no officials of any kind. And yet they manage to get along perfectly well so long as nobody comes from outside to interfere with them or attack them. They have a government of their own, but it's hard to see it. It consists of a council of elders who safeguard and apply the unwritten but always remembered rules of Pokot community life. And these rules are respected because they're recognized to be necessary to community survival and the fruit of a long experience. These scattered peoples have learned to live with themselves and with nature, and inside the limits of the possibilities open to them, it seems to me that they've done it remarkably well. Only women can ensure the community's survival and its future. So although there are aspects of their lives which would enrage many modern feminists, they exercise far more power in the community than at first appears. A woman like Chemkea, the mother of the small child here, is quite capable of taking her own decisions and of making sure they're put into effect. Women can marry young, but men have to wait until they've gathered enough cattle to support a marriage. Only an elder like Lokoriongolo can afford 6 wives.
atarta mali. Oto papanya menempato penangka tarta pamali. Kokoi. Inyoni.
Iga kasi ne mateka nya koriji. Manga nya susu. Me wa matara kateja. Make wangi kaete la pai ku wa kai ku te kai ku wa ku kieng su kwanda no me pe ku ruku kemal koriji ya ju. Kemal koriji ya ju. Ai kisu ke atone ko to wet. Kusun muka. Ku ala lua. Keramupak. Keramupak. Aku pen ya jago pun ata juna ko ta ino tin. Kil pen ka chi kasono ba kata. Ku kusun muka ne chi kro tutik. Mata lepet ka tu aci. Ku ka pai mo ne chi. Ambakwa kusa mukanya kusa ka keret. Ya ke mucha.
Gonge tor igene.
Mine gu. Aku na gu ngai ngai tata.
Ata.
Takal tuaci ba. Takal pat ku kemal tuaci ba pe ku gangat pe gule. Ku gangat pe gule ta yang mucha ba ku guli cha kaci. Akaruja.
Pokot life has its internal conflicts, but these people know their world and their place in it, what life is for, what life can give. And it's not a life without pleasure. Pokot society is one of many cattle-keeping African communities that's organized by age, so that a person goes through life in a community within a community, in a group of companions of about the same age. And this arrangement cuts across narrow family ties and binds Pokot society together. All the cattle peoples of Eastern Africa have very distinctive jump dances with strict choreographic rules, quite different from the whirling rhythms of Western Africa. Mostly of the young warrior age group, these men sing about their favorite cattle, but they also sing to invite the girls who slowly come to join them. One girl has just completed the initiation ceremonies that launch women into adulthood. She'll soon be married, and the dance is for her. Once again, nothing's as simple as it looks. Respected customs govern dancing. A son may not dance with his mother, nor a sister with her brother. The Pokot have a far more elaborate social etiquette than most Europeans. To them, civilization is not a matter of technological development, but of social responsibility. When the rhythm changes, so do the rules. Now the girls may choose a partner. African dancing has developed a ritual as well as social purpose. But there's also mundane work to be done. There's butter to be churned. Milking vessels have to be cleaned and sterilized with burning charcoal. At the end of the day, the cattle are driven slowly home. Pokot life looks, and in some ways it is, a rough outdoor existence, far from idyllic. Yet it offers a round of duties and pleasures, and these enclose people in the warmth of a psychological and material security. The Pekot have tamed their wilderness and learned how to live with it. They're not bent on replacing it with some other man-made environment. They see no need for change or improvement, even though change may be thrust upon them. They live much as dozens of other African peoples once lived before Europeans began to interfere. Miraculously, they've survived the intrusion of missionaries, conquerors, and colonizers, who could never bear to leave Africans as they found them, and tried instead to impose their own ideas of progress. What the Pekot have now may seem to provide little comfort and much hardship, but they're ready to remain content with it, leaving the outside world to its strange ways and destructive ambitions. While some peoples continued to rely on livestock for their support, others turned to mixed farming. This cultivation of crops for food was the next long step forward in the history of Africa. South of the Sahara Desert and its nearby grassland plains, food growing began to make progress about 2,500 years ago. This led to a further increase in population and the establishment of village communities through vast areas of the continent. But the expansion of food growing called for another technological breakthrough. Simple kinds of tool could be good enough for cattle-raising peoples. But when Africans embarked on tropical agriculture, which meant tree felling, clearing, hoeing, harvesting, they had to make more elaborate tools and stronger ones as well. That need brought about Africa's interest in metals, but above all in iron. An extensive and increasingly skilled African use of iron spread rapidly throughout the continent. This terracotta head was made by the earliest iron-making culture so far known to have evolved south of the Sahara. The people and their culture are known by the name of the place where these relics of their skill were first discovered in a village called Nok in central Nigeria. Nok iron-making began in about 500 BC. Other Iron Age cultures soon appeared in the same wide region. And this metallurgical skill, probably of northern African origin, then spread right across the continent, reaching the Transvaal in what is now South Africa by about 400 AD. That's 1500 years ago. These iron-making cultures developed regional differences, but the people of Sukur on the border of Nigeria and Cameroon can illustrate the vital importance of iron to community development. A man and his two wives go out to harvest their crop of guinea corn. Also known as sorghum, guinea corn is a valued food crop, and iron tools enormously helped in its cultivation. The farmer and his wives are working on a terrace of land literally carved from the hillside by the use of iron hoes. Iron knives and sickles sever the heads of the grain. All these tasks were much more laborious before the invention of iron. And having solved the problems of growing food where food had never been grown before, people like these were able to form permanent settlements. Gradually, their farmers could produce enough food to support craftsmen such as blacksmiths, traders, and priests. And as their society became more complex, they began to feel the need for some kind of centralized government. Their priests became kings, small kings at first, but the kings accumulated power to themselves, whether to make war or to gain privilege. A king in Sukur had only small political power, secular power, but he drew added strength and prestige from his people's belief that their king spoke with the spiritual power of God. The king of Sukur had the power on behalf of his people to intercede with the one God who's above all the other gods in Sukur religion. He was believed to be able to persuade God to favor his people, send increase to their crops, and give fertility to their women. And God, when answering these requests, gave instructions to the king on how best his people should behave. Not surprisingly, God and the king seldom disagreed. Sukur economy consists of an intricate complex of productive activities. Just like the Pokot, people here developed a balance with nature, and this enabled them to profit from nature's gifts without undermining the ecology of the land on which they've depended for centuries and still depend today. Once a food surplus became possible, a section of the population could be released from the daily need to produce crops and could develop specialist crafts. In a division of labor, women could make pots and men could weave baskets. A sharper division of labor has also developed within Sukur society. Certain crafts have long been practiced by a particular group of men and women called the Nkyagu. In the old days, Nkyagu were not expected to do any farming. Instead, they could give all their working time to this or that special craft, making goods for sale or barter in exchange for food. Nowadays, the old customs have begun to disappear. In time, no doubt, corrugated iron will displace the woven roofs of the granaries. As the Sukur grew more prosperous and embarked on trade with their neighbours, their chiefs ordered the building of a stone roadway more than 3 miles long down to the valley below. And in a society as stable as this, with its regular food supply, specialisation could extend beyond the practice of crafts into what we would call the professions. This man is a traditional doctor. A patient has been brought to him, suffering from a severely sprained ankle and quite unable to walk. With a combination of herbal remedies and a robust but carefully practiced manipulation, the healer will try to get the patient back on his feet again. Such treatment is really a form of physiotherapy, and no matter what the pain, the patient has faith in his doctor. And this element of faith has always played an important part in African medical treatment.
No.
The psychological dimension in African healing is now increasingly recognized by doctors throughout the world as a serious and valid aspect of curative medicine. But the decisive skill on which the whole of Sukur society depended was the smelting and smithing of iron. This is a traditional blast furnace, one of the last surviving examples of the process of metallurgy evolved in Africa more than 2,000 years ago. The rapid use of a double bellows forces a blast of air into the heart of the furnace. This blast, or forced draft, was necessary in order to reach the very high temperature required to smelt iron ore. Smelting is complete within about 2 hours of reaching the necessary temperature, and the furnace can be carefully opened. Water is thrown to quench the blazing charcoal. The core of molten iron is gradually revealed. At last it can be pulled out and plunged into water. Once cooled and broken into small bits, the product goes to a second stage in the foundry process, the blacksmith's forge. And this is where the professionals, the Nkyagu blacksmiths, begin their work. With repeated heating and hammering, the iron is pounded to remove impurities. The glowing lump is reduced to a bar of solid metal, a simple form of steel. Although it's slow and arduous, this technology was sufficient to meet old Africa's demand for metal tools. Perhaps more than any other, this was the inventive development, the key that enabled Africans to solve the problems of creating permanent villages. Behind this village technology lies an impressive record of metallurgical and artistic achievement. This magnificent bronze vessel was found in a royal grave of the Ezenri, an Igbo kingship of ancient Nigeria, and was the product of still earlier centuries of African skill and taste. Such vessels were for ceremony. They trace a traditional link between technology and ideas of spiritual power. Just as in old Europe, the craft of the smith was a mystery. It called for ritual. The blacksmith in Sukur had special skills which ordinary people didn't have. His work was seen as one of creative fertility, potentially dangerous by reason of his occult power. That power came from God, but it reached mankind by way of the ancestors whom God had chosen to build the world. So the chosen ancestors in African belief lead back always to the source of spiritual power, and that is why they merit high respect. This famous cliff called Bandiagara is the sacred burial ground of the Dogon, the final group of African people that I've chosen. They demonstrate one of the most pervasive themes in African history, the development of an elaborate system of religious belief. This is even reflected in the architecture of their villages. The Dogon settlements are clustered along the foot of the Bandiagara escarpment in a remote area of Mali in West Africa, not far south of the Niger River. The Dogon are another people who have their own solutions to the problems of an inhospitable environment. They cultivate millet, but specialize in growing onions, which they sell to their neighbors, as well as storing for themselves. Their farming requires a laborious process of irrigation. During the dry season, most of the year, water has to be stored in cisterns. Artificial terraces have had to be carved from the foot of the escarpment, and to irrigate this crop, relays of women have to act as a kind of human aqueduct. The labor is immense, but all over Africa, and not only among the Dogon, the drudgery of farming has always fallen to women. In common with other African peoples, the Dogon have evolved a complex system of beliefs about the creation and working of the world, and these beliefs are central to the ordering of their daily lives. Decorated with the four-armed cross of Amma, of God the Creator, a Dogon granary is conceived as a model of the universe. Door carvings depict the 8 original ancestors and other figures from Dogon religion, including those that refer to divination, the foretelling of the future by the fox, the agent of misfortune. Divination among the Dogon is the work of trained soothsayers. The diviners draw intersecting lines in the sand as a prelude to interpreting the tracks which a fox will make. The interpretation of the tracks has its own logic. Like Christians, the Dogon believe that God withdrew to heaven when man offended against his law, but the agent of evil in Dogon belief was not the serpent of the Garden of Eden, but the fox. Attracted by a bait of peanuts arranged in a particular pattern, the fox will predict the future with its footprints. The fox which brought misfortune can also foretell misfortune. Soon after dawn, the diviners come to see where the fox has walked in the night. By examining the tracks of its prints, they can learn the shape of things to come. They will have advice for individual applicants, or perhaps for the whole village. And if they're thought to be good soothsayers, clients will take their advice and will pay for it. But God's withdrawal to heaven brought to mankind more than misfortune. It also brought death. A procession comes down from a sacred cave where the spirit ancestors dwell. This will be the great Dogon dance called Dharma. It'll be a dance about death, but just as in the Bible, even more about life after death. Led by elders, the masquerade slowly descends to the village. Like other intensely religious peoples, the Dogon believe that death need be nothing final. Helped by the intercession of young men trained for the purpose, the spirits of the newly dead can join the community of the ancestors. Each group of dancers in the Dharma pageant represents some part of God's creation, both human and animal, good and evil. So the Dharma, again like all great dance festivals in traditional Africa, is also a celebration of this people's history, of their homage to distant ancestors who first mastered this mountain country and taught them, as they believe, how best to live in it. After the first big display, each small group does a set piece of its own. The stilt dancers are thought to portray the long-legged water birds, cranes and herons, which inhabit the banks of the river where the first Dogon dwelt long ago. The tall mask, called many-storied house, has to bow to the 4 points of the compass before leaving the arena. The mask is carried upright in the dancer's teeth. Here, the Kanaga cross mask symbolizes the proud antelope of the Bandiagara country, the spirit of Dogon independence. In this great dance, as in some others of the same spectacular vigor, Africa evokes a time of reconciliation after the sorrow of death and celebrates a joyful promise for the future. Tomorrow the Dogon will return to hard reality, but the Dharma, in a world that might seem implacably hostile to a less devout people, has reaffirmed their beliefs and ideas. Above all, perhaps, that mankind should handle life as a gift from God, abusing it as little as human frailty will allow. As each of these peoples has revealed, in one or other aspect of their history, the African genius has known how to master a continent for human habitation and fulfillment. Long before the first ships from Europe reached the distant shores of tropical Africa, a powerful and peaceful network of trade already existed. It was a vast commercial system whose markets and links by land and sea stretched as far as India and China. Its African heart lay far from the coast, here in the great medieval empire of Mali. Today, Mali is among the poorest countries in the world, but 600 years ago it was a land of wealth and comfort. This is Jenne, still a flourishing market town, but once a commercial center of far-ranging importance. Jenne guaranteed the prosperity of a great regional system, attracting camel caravans which brought merchandise from all points of the compass. The reason is explained in a single word. This was an economy based on gold. And that gold is much in evidence even today. The fascinating story of the caravans of gold may be unknown or quite forgotten in the outside world, but here in Jenne it's a story that remains vividly alive. Even a little side street of this ancient city, once part of the great empire of Mali, can afford a glimpse of rich traditions from the past. The fine jewellery of his craft still reflects the brilliance of the golden trade of old West Africa. The smith usually works from quantities of gold dust, melted in a crucible, and then fashioned by skillful beating into shapes long hallowed by tradition. The design of these earrings may reflect the art of the individual craftsman, but it never strays too far from the recognized styles preferred by the different peoples of the region, Bambara, Mandinka, Soninke, and others. Each of these peoples has its own distinctive jewelry. The size, rather than the style, gives an indication of a person's standing. Here, gold has always been used as much for display as for a standard of wealth. By about AD 1250, the oldest goldfields along the upper reaches of the Niger River to the west of Jenny were becoming exhausted. But to the great advantage of trading towns like Jenny, a new source of gold began to be developed. Rich quantities of gold now came from the country to the south, today part of the modern Republic of Ghana. This development brought power and wealth to the forest people, and in due course to those of the kingdom of Ashanti. Even today, King Opoku-Ware, traditional ruler of Ashanti, can still display the glittering opulence which so astonished the first Europeans who visited this kingdom, founded 3 centuries ago. The Ashanti use of gold is lavish and extraordinary, and it reflects the golden wealth of the grand empires of Western Africa in the Middle Ages. More than 900 years ago, a North African historian described the royal court and ceremonial of that distant time in the empire of ancient Ghana, almost as though he were describing King Opoku-Ware of today.
The king adorns himself like a woman, wearing necklaces and bracelets of gold. Behind him stand pages holding shields and swords decorated with gold, and on his right are the sons of the subordinate kings of his country, all wearing splendid garments and their hair plaited with gold.
Today, most of the king's political power has gone. But in accordance with tradition, the king still has the right to promote his subordinate chiefs to higher ranks. These chiefs, as on similar occasions in the past, come forward one by one to reaffirm their loyalty and offer royal praises. Ashanti power rested on farming prosperity and military strength, but its gold had long attained a far wider influence. By a fortunate blessing, the majestic Niger, called by its people the River of Singers, lay to the north. A learned Egyptian visitor of the 14th century described this great trading region as 4 months of travel long and 4 months wide. The Mali Empire was, in fact, among the biggest trading systems in the world, with its roots in the gold of Western Africa. From the markets of the Upper Niger to those of Hausaland and Bornu, a distance wider than Western Europe, the Niger still carries a daily traffic whose style and tones speak for an ancient stability and peace. Gold here was always important, but nobody can eat gold. The Niger has always provided fish in abundant quantities, and that's a vital source of protein in a local diet based largely on cereals. With no means of refrigeration in this hot climate, immediate drying or smoking of the fish has been essential, if they're to be kept for any length of time. By custom, this work is done by women, who usually share the profit on a family basis. Smoke-dried fish is carried and sold to towns and villages far from the river itself. A day's journey from Jenne, downstream along this broad river highway, traders reach Mopti, nowadays the biggest market along this section of the Niger. I've come to this port on the great inland waterway of West Africa, the River Niger, more than 1,000 miles from the sea, because it's always been a vital artery of trade. And in this port and others like it, the wealth of this vast inland region arrived and departed fashionable cottons from Hausaland, tusks of ivory from grassland hunters, cola nuts from the forests of the south, foods in bulk such as sorghum, bars of iron, bars of copper, and most precious of all, the biggest underlying standard of trading value, gold. The women wear their immensely valuable regalia in perfect safety. It seems that this sense of security is by no means new. A famous traveler of the 14th century visited the Empire of Mali when it was still at the height of its prosperity, and recorded this in his memoirs.
Of all peoples, the Negroes are those who most abhor injustice. There is complete and general safety throughout the land. The traveler here has no more reason than the man who stays at home to fear brigands, thieves, or ravishers.
The man who wrote those words was a traveling scholar from Morocco named Ibn Battuta. And fortunately for us, his memoirs have survived, recalling much of the vivid detail of West Africa as it was 600 years ago. Here is his description of Mali's imperial court.
On certain days, the Sultan holds audiences in the palace yard, where there is a platform under a tree. It is carpeted with silk, and over it stands an umbrella which serves as a kind of silken pavilion surmounted by a bird in gold. On his head the Sultan wears a golden skullcap. His usual dress is a velvety red tunic made out of costly European fabrics. The Sultan is preceded by musicians who carry gold and silver guitars, and behind him come 300 armed slaves.
The wide prosperity of the West African interior called for a unifying form of government, and that was provided through almost 1,000 years by the old empires, ancient Ghana, then Mali, and then Songhai and Bornu. These old empires ensured a widely accepted stability and peace. Word about the wealth of these lands got out in time even to distant Europe. A famous Spanish map of 1375 portrayed the source and controller of that wealth. While the outline of North Africa was already known, the map gave Europe for the first time pictorial news of the far interior. Beneath the desert wastes of the Sahara, in the middle of the Empire of Mali, the map showed the figure of a Berber camel rider, who might almost be Ibn Battuta himself. He's shown approaching the mighty lord of Mali, seated on his throne and holding aloft a splendid orb of gold. This emperor was rumored to be the wealthiest man on the face of the earth. In 1324, an earlier emperor of Mali, Kankan Musa, was returning from a pilgrimage to Mecca. Eager to enhance the prestige of Islam, he decided to convert his trading city of Timbuktu into a center of learning and religion. At the heart of this Islamic city, Emperor Musa built a mosque that set a new style in West African architecture. It was the beginning of Timbuktu's wide and well-deserved reputation as a focus of African scholarship, teaching Islamic law and politics, as well as theology. Writing soon after 1500, a visitor from Spain set down his impressions.
In Timbuktu, there are numerous judges and learned men, all well supported by the ruler of the city. Many handwritten books from North Africa are sold here, and there is more profit to be had from this book trade than from any other branch of commerce.
Based on the written word, the teachings of Islam brought to these lands a new literacy, still very much alive today. Like Muslim children everywhere, these youngsters have to learn the Quran by heart. But they must do it in Arabic, a language that's not their own. It was and is a stern training, an old-fashioned discipline, not intended to be fun. Islam exercised a profound and permanent effect on West African life. Through the influence of Islamic scholars, this great region became an intellectual part of a wide world across many frontiers. At heart, the teachings of the Prophet were a code of strict moral behavior, a set of rules to help men govern their personal, inner lives. But Islam also had its public face. Rules were established for credit and pricing, all of which led to more efficient ways of organizing trade. There's not much business here any longer, but Timbuktu, after about 1300 AD, became and remained a market town of widespread fame. To this northernmost point on the River Niger, goods came up from Jenne, and here merchants and dealers from every neighboring country got together with the Berber traders who made the voyage across the great desert. For me, this is one of Africa's truly dramatic scenes, just because it shows a crucial link in Africa's historical development. Even now, on certain days, you can walk out from Timbuktu and glimpse the inner drama of trans-Saharan trade. On this day, these Tuareg Berbers who operate the camel caravans are bringing a load of salt southwards from the surface mines at Taoudeni, 500 miles to the north, a journey of 21 days each way. And on their journey northward, in the heyday of the old prosperity, they also carried gold. The arrival of the caravan will be greeted with music and dancing. Against the background of their harsh environment, the Tuareg travelers of the desert have created a musical culture full of elegance. The caravan's arrival is an occasion for these Tuareg people to celebrate their skill in mastering the relentless trails of the Sahara. And there's joy and relief at having reached another journey's end. Here I'm some way out beyond the edge of the southern shore of this vast ocean of sand, the Sahara Desert. And these are the people of the desert, the Tuareg, a hard people who live in a hard land, not a bit romantic in spite of appearances. Today's descendants of the Berber nomads, who in ancient times mastered the secrets of human survival in the desert and made themselves at home here. Immensely self-reliant, persevering, they became the lords of the long-distance caravan trade long before the camel was known in these regions, and that was 2,000 years ago. I like to think of the crucial part played by these voyagers, always facing the perils of the desert, traveling through weeks and months, navigating by guess or by intuition, or else navigating by the stars. "60 days of riding and walking were needed to cross the Sahara, a daily average of about 25 miles between the ports of the opposing shores. Several main routes led from oasis to oasis. Some went through the Western Sahara, others crossed further east, but the eventual destination was Cairo. Almost a generation ago, this film was made of a typical caravan as it came out of the desert through the Atlas Mountains to arrive at Marrakesh, famous among the ports or cities on the northern fringe of the Sahara. In these Berber towns throughout the Middle Ages, the gold of West Africa set the monetary standard for long-distance commerce and provided the substance of their riches. It's the end of Ramadan, a time for celebration. Frequently on the move, these people of the tent, as they like to call themselves, have always controlled the trading routes through North Africa. And long ago, their power and influence were greater still, for their kings and governments ruled a brilliant Islamic civilization in Spain for several hundred years. But mostly the Berbers were given to the pleasures of small wars amongst themselves, of which they never seemed to tire. While Berber clans could unite with each other against an external enemy, strong local loyalties and rivalries usually divided them. The power they once wielded can still be caught on ceremonial days like this, when all their fiery pride is on display. Throughout the Middle Ages, fierce and fast-moving Berber warriors of various clans monopolized all movement of goods across the Sahara. Without them, the intricate trading networks of northern Africa would have withered in the sun. These men were the lords of the desert, and their influence reached from Timbuktu to the proud gates of Cairo. This is the gate of Old Cairo, opening to the south and west, the Bab el-Zuwayla, a superb structure built 900 years ago. Through its majestic portals, century after century, came traders and travelers, generals, even kings from West Africa North Africa, from Muslim Spain, and sometimes from the countries of Christian Europe. The whole international system of trade of those days, reaching as it did from the Atlantic to the Sea of China, had its heart and center here in Old Cairo. A city of Islam since the 7th century, Cairo entered a long period of prosperity and power when the sultans of northwest Africa, known as the Fatimid dynasty, moved east from Tunis and established here a new capital. Under the Fatimid sultans, Cairo became a remarkably rich and tolerant city, renowned for its spending on art and scholarship, and dominating the commerce of half the world. Ibn Khaldun, a great North African historian, has left us a description of the city he knew as it was at the end of the 14th century.
Cairo is the metropolis of the universe, the garden of the world, the gateway of Islam, the throne of kings. A city of castles and palaces, lit by the moons and stars of erudition.
And all this grand structure of learning and devotion was underpinned and its credit upheld by a monetary standard of coins minted in African gold. For years, the most important coin remained the Almoravid or Berber dinar of northwest Africa. Then Europe, emerging from its poverty in the Dark Ages, became at last able to pay for the import of African gold. Florence minted the first European gold coins since Roman times. Other cities followed, and new gold currencies appeared in Spain and the Netherlands, France and Portugal. A new era in commercial development had begun, laying foundations for Europe's supremacy in trade and industry. The new monetary standard moved north as far as England, where a series of gold coins were to culminate in the famous Golden Guinea of Charles II, minted, like all the others, in gold from West Africa, symbolized by an elephant. Europe depended on Africa for its monetary stability in a trading partnership which we can see reflected in the grand flowering of Renaissance culture. However different they might be in their history and appearance, black people are depicted in these great works of art as the natural equals of white people. This had been the attitude of the Greeks and Romans, and still for a time at least, it remained the attitude of Europe. In that ever-surprising new dawn of the Renaissance, the essential unity of mankind was not in question. But African trading links reached far beyond Europe. To the east of Cairo lay the great sea routes to India and China. The sailing rig in use today has changed very little since the great trading days of the past. East African sailors were tacking their ships against the wind up to an angle of 35 degrees long before Europeans had learned the necessary technique. The Africans who manned and still man these vessels are the Swahili, a coastal people who speak their own African language. These mariners were at home on the highways of the sea, just as in West Africa the camel caravans traversed the Saharan ocean of sand. So did the ships of the Swahili traverse their ocean of water. Once again, this time in the east, linking the African interior with the markets of the world. This is Lamu, a charming little town on the northern coast of Kenya. It was the destination of many of the ships coming down from the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and some from as far away as India and even China. They timed their voyages to take advantage of the seasonal monsoon winds which blow back and forth between the Swahili coast and northern India. The ships brought with them not only goods for sale, but a wide range of ideas and beliefs. The most influential of these came from the lands of Islam to the north. And it was not long before the majority of Swahili had accepted Islam. In spite of this northern influence, much of their culture has remained distinctly and uniquely Swahili, and it has kept its own identity. This traditional stick dance is a kind of ballet, but it's also an occasion for individual challenge. And that's very much an element in the culture and character of the Swahili. Although the cities of the Swahili in their heyday had a common interest in trade, each of them preferred to stay on its own. They liked to compete against each other, as these men in this stick dance, but had no interest in territorial conquest. Lamu was just one of many Swahili towns, built in coral stone all the way along the coast from Somalia down to Mozambique. The domestic architecture of Lamu has been no mere copy of the styles of Arabia or India. From the outside of a traditional Swahili house, there's really nothing to see except a blank wall and a porch with benches for receiving guests. And even when the handsome front doors are opened, there's still only a blank wall behind them. But once inside, it's a very different story. 600 or 700 years ago, when houses like this one first began to be designed and built by Swahili architects for leading men and merchants, there were few houses anywhere else in the world so well designed for comfortable city life. This particular house dates from the early 18th century, but much older examples of Swahili domestic architecture not only demonstrated a unique construction and embellishment, but were built to a high standard of what we now call modern conveniences. While the inhabitants of London in Elizabethan times were emptying chamber pots out of the window, Swahili residents of Lamu who could afford such a house as this enjoyed the luxury of good internal sanitation. These old Swahili houses spell out for us the basic aims that guided the architects in their design: to make the best possible use of local materials, finely plastered coral stone, necessarily short rafters of mangrove tree poles, and then to ensure a high level of domestic privacy, and not least to show off and guarantee the creditworthiness of the owner, so essential in a community whose livelihood always depended on the profits and the risks of long-distance trade. Lamu is nowadays the best preserved of the old Swahili coastal towns, but it was by no means the most important. Through excavation or analysis of graveyards such as this one, archaeologists have identified more than 50 Swahili towns, all constructed in the same coral stone, a stone which can be readily worked beneath the surface of the ocean, but then takes on a permanent toughness and durability soon after being exposed to the air and sun. And here is one of the best surviving examples of the pillar graves unique to this Swahili coast. And there are, as you see, fine pieces of porcelain from China embedded in this African tomb. Such plates and bowls from ancient China are pointers to the involvement of Africa in the far-reaching networks of Eastern trade long before the coming of the Europeans. Even more striking evidence is provided by this Chinese painting of an African giraffe dating from the year 1414. The giraffe was sent as a gift to the Chinese emperor from one of the cities of the Swahili. Looking rather indignant, it must have endured a voyage of many months. The Swahili cities were built at short distances from each other all down the long East African coastline. The southernmost of them was the chief point which linked the Indian Ocean traders with the gold-producing region of the southern African interior. On this high and fertile plateau, a flourishing civilization had developed, which, like the kingdoms of West Africa, played a decisive role in the trading patterns of the Middle Ages. And here on these temperate grasslands, a unique culture, emerging in about the 12th century, reached its climax in the splendid buildings which are known today as Great Zimbabwe. Efforts to recapture the essence of Great Zimbabwe culture were undermined a century ago by treasure-seeking Europeans. They came up from South Africa and ransacked this place for gold and jewelry soon after they discovered it. A few pieces escaped the looters, all made from local gold, mined extensively in the area from about the year 800. But perhaps even more surprising are some of the objects found here for which Zimbabwe gold was traded. Delicate ornaments brought across the ocean from China and India. It's evidence like this which has helped historians and archaeologists to piece together the whole great story of long-distance trade. That trade had its source in the Zimbabwe cultures of Inner Africa, which possessed the skills as well as the wealth to build powerful monuments. On these massive walls, overlooking the entire area, stood sacred bird carvings in stone. They were associated with oracles that were thought to speak for the gods. The religious heart of Great Zimbabwe stood on a hilltop commanding the surrounding countryside. In the valley below, the king had his royal residence. All this activity called for a strong central government, and that government was formed by their king and council, who ruled from here through lesser kings and governors in a wide territory across the vast central plateau of southern Africa. Even now, these mighty walls make an irresistible claim to political power and achievement. 17 feet thick in places and 800 feet in length, they're as big and impressive as a great cathedral. Far too impressive, as it turned out, for the white settlers of later years. They refused to believe that this could have been the work of Africans, or that these very Africans had a trading network which stretched right across the known world. And far down the East African coast, on this most distant link in the old trading network, there lies hidden the last of its surprises. On a long voyage southward, the traders pursued their route far beyond Zanzibar. There they approached what was once the most important and famous of all the Swahili trading cities. This was Kilwa, on an island close by the coast of modern Tanzania. It's hard to get here, for Kilwa remains quite untouched by the modern world. This is still the only means of approach to one of the most intriguing historical sites in the whole of Africa. Surprising as it must seem, up these steps some 600 years ago came visitors from all the countries of the Golden East, ambassadors, merchants, soldiers, mariners. And what they saw, spread out before them as they reached the top, was a scene, a sight of remarkable and even unique splendor. But ruin struck long ago. Rising to great commercial wealth in about the year 1200, Kilwa was once a place of comfort and urban splendor. Its royal palace, one of the grand buildings of Islamic and Swahili culture, as portrayed in this accurate archaeological reconstruction. Here was one of the high points of civilized development promoted and sustained by Africa's trading networks. Placed on the edge of the ocean skyline, Kilwa was much admired by our old traveling companion, Ibn Battuta. He came here in 1332 and remembered Kilwa as one of the most handsome towns he'd seen in all his travels. This once splendid mosque remains, even in partial ruin, a most impressive religious monument. Here on the distant fringe of the world of Islam, the African citizens of Kilwa honoured their membership of that world with a taste and craftsmanship distinctively their own. Founded in the 12th century, the mosque was much enlarged in the 15th, when a patriotic citizen spent 1,000 gold dinars on improvements. Very soon after, in the year 1498, an event took place which was to lead not only to the ruin of Kilwa, but in due course to the destruction of the Swahili trading network all along the coast. In that year, for the first time in history, 3 small Portuguese ships under the command of Vasco da Gama sailed round the Cape of Good Hope and into the Indian Ocean. The European incursion had begun. Returning home, Vasco da Gama reported what he'd seen. And just 7 years later, a much larger and more menacing fleet appeared on the horizon. A German eyewitness called Hans Meyer has left an account of what took place.
Admiral d'Almeida came here with 14 men of war and 6 caravels. He ordered the ships to have their artillery ready. At dawn on Thursday, the 24th of July, all went into their boats to the shore. They went straight to the palace, and only those inhabitants who did not resist were granted their lives. At the palace, the Holy Cross was put down, and Admiral d'Almeida prayed. Then, everyone started to plunder the town of all its merchandise and provisions.
The sack of Kilwa by the Portuguese in 1505 marked a turning point in the history of the whole East African coast. For the Portuguese, and after them the Dutch, the English, the French, seized the Indian Ocean trade and turned it to their own benefit. The old Swahili cities of coral stone, which had depended on that trade and now lost it, fell into decay. Indeed, Africa had now to suffer a long period of destructive conflict and confrontation begun by the outside world, and this would continue until these old splendors of the African past were all but forgotten. An African king, the Emir of Katsina in northern Nigeria, rides out from his palace for the annual parade and festival called the Salah at the end of the Muslim fast of Ramadan. The idea of kingship as a means of tackling the problems of government is as old and established in Africa as in any other continent. Surrounded by his bodyguards and by troops of loyal followers, the king receives the allegiance of his people. The king no longer has any real political power, but he is the traditional ruler of an ancient city and kingdom of the Hausa, one of many African peoples who built their own organized states over the past 1,000 years. Kings need to display their wealth, and if they're wise, they also provide entertainment. But above all, kings need to display their power and authority in ways that are clear to everyone. The Salah is also a political event. Even today, this is more than a mere display. It's an act of recognition. The king is accompanied by royal guards in the finery of an ancient military tradition. Some have equipment and body armor that seem to go back to long-lost Christian Nubia, and even to the time of the Crusades. All now await the ritual act of allegiance by the lesser chiefs of Katsina, the Jafi. Wave upon wave, in a gesture which is part threatening and part submissive, the district heads salute their master. Of course, there is a great deal more in history than the drama of kings and queens. A lot of African peoples found it easy, and indeed better, to do without royal masters. Yet kingship clearly remained an important part of the story, and the facts of Africa's historical development reveal a wide variety of kingdoms and empires. Most of the old kingdoms have vanished long since, and all the old empires, but some of them have left behind, for us, magnificent reminders of their majesty and power. This astonishing sculpture in gleaming copper represents one of the rulers, or Oni, of the kingdom of Ife in western Nigeria 7 or 8 centuries ago. And yet, when these superb sculptures first came to the attention of Europeans, only as recently as 1910, the experts at once pronounced that Africans could never have conceived or made them, and that some wandering European must have been the artist. Now the world knows better. The truth is that these are portraits of African kings made by African artists for use in royal ceremonial. South from Ife and near the coast, there flourished the ancient city and empire of Benin. This old print, following a Dutchman's visit in about 1620, shows the king of Benin riding out to receive the plaudits of his people. Benin artists, beginning at least as early as 1400, had long been developing their own styles and techniques, styles that were entirely African in inspiration and execution. They have their place today among the artistic masterpieces of the world. This ivory armlet places the king where he belonged in Benin society, at the center of all things. Plaques in brass, which once adorned the walls of the Orba's palace, reinforce the power and mystery of the king. A visitor from Holland to the King of Benin in about 1600 wrote this report.
The city is composed of 30 main streets, very straight and wide. The houses are arranged in good order. The people are in no way inferior to the Dutch in cleanliness. Their houses are as polished as a looking glass. They have good laws and efficient police and show us 1,000 marks of friendship.
The Orba, king of men, could handle leopards, the kings of the forest, like toys. From his waist sprang mudfish, symbols of power over sea and river, whose guardian was Olakan, archangel of the waters. The king had great authority, but this depended on the support of noblemen and appointed chiefs, and on certain persons of ritual power. Among these were the queen mothers of Benin, one of whom is shown in this memorable head, sculpted in about 1550. Adjoining Benin was the ancient empire of the Yoruba people, with its heart in the city of Oyo. The Yoruba developed great military strength based on cavalry. In matters of state, the king of Oyo had to consult his council, the Oyo Mesi. If the council were united against him, the king was in trouble. In theory, he was supreme, whether in religious affairs or secular matters. But if he lost the confidence of the Oyo Mesi, he could even face death. Such was the authority of the council that if they turned against him, the king might have to commit suicide. So kingly power in old Africa was a two-edged sword, and rulers had to use it with care. When at last Europeans reached these shores, they came at first in peace, as traders or ambassadors, asking favors. The king could grant trading permits, which he did in return for handsome gifts. Great deference was shown by these European visitors, and many accounts speak with admiration of the splendor of African kings, their courts, and their palaces. The cities, too, were large and impressive enough to command European respect. This was certainly true of the Hausa city of Kano, painted here by the German traveler Heinrich Barth during a visit in 1851. The Hausa people lived in a cluster of independent states north of the junction of the Niger and Benue rivers. Each state had its own capital, like Katsina or Kano. Kano today is one of the major cities of modern Nigeria, and like most of our world, has lost some of its reverence for kingly power, smothered beneath the motor cars and the main roads. But Kano still has some vestiges of its ancient dignity, including parts of the old city wall. Restored and preserved behind metal barricades, some of the old gates still pierce these crumbling ramparts first built in the reign of King Tsariki during the 12th century. Modern Kano is as brash and noisy as any African city of our time, with its concrete office blocks, its traffic jams, its utterly persistent roadside vendors, and imperious police force. Although the principal mosque is modern, it's still possible to find traditional houses side by side with the new. These old townhouses were designed to match the hot, dry climate of the Western Sudan, and Kano's trading visitors often feel at home with older ways of life. Like so much else in Nigeria today, this modern city of Kano has grown out of an ancient civilization and from a local enterprise practiced through a long period of early development. Kano's story through the centuries became one of singular drama and brilliance. Ever since the Middle Ages, this old city has been a magnet for countless travelers, a place of rest after hard journeys, a seat of scholarship and of royal power, and a market echoing with the din and traffic of the whole Western Sudan. Trade has been a major activity in Kano since early times and has grown in importance with the city itself. Some of these goods have been traded for hundreds of years, such as rock salt from the Sahara and pepper and spices from the south. And from about 1500 onwards, a new commodity, brought from the forest lands and much prized as a stimulant, kola nuts. Whether the trade was long distance or local, Kano was, as it is today, a place where there was money to be made and goods manufactured for sale. The reasons for Kano's prosperity go back to the origins of the city. This small hill, so barren and so empty, contains within its past another of the surprises of African history. To reach its secret, we have to go back more than 1,000 years. At that time, before or about AD 900, people came and settled and began to build a little town here on this hill, which they called Dala. To begin with, Dala was just another hill settlement, a source of iron ore and a place of refuge, otherwise no more important than many other small villages scattered across Hausaland. The early history of the region tells of rivalry between these villages, and Kano, well placed to take advantage of the natural wealth of the region, gradually emerged as the most powerful settlement in its area. According to the Kano Chronicle, an ancient record of remembered history, the early kings then set about extending their rule. One by one, they outmaneuvered their rivals and absorbed their lands, much like the warring barons of feudal Europe. The royal palace, Gidan Runfa, was built in the 15th century, but the ritual pomp and circumstance of the court dates from much earlier times. Preceded by women praise singers who tell the world of his power and glory, the King of Kano emerges from the inner palace for his daily round of public duties. For centuries, the court has been run by a small army of officials, some born in service, others descended from noble families. In the old days, these officials ensured that limits were placed on the power of the king.
He had his council, consisting of 4 traditional kingmakers. These were the Madaki of Kano, the Makama of Kano, the Sarkin Dawaki Metuta of Kano, and the Sarkin Bai of Kano, which of course is myself. And they used to give advice to the emir on all matters.
The person of the king himself was shrouded in mystery. Even the simple action of sitting down on his throne had to be concealed from public gaze. Only then could lesser chiefs draw near to pay elaborate homage. The king's face and most of the rest of his person were obscured from public view. His royal feet were not supposed to touch the ground. The ostrich feather sandals were part of his exclusive regalia. But in spite of all this prestige, there were strict limits to the king's authority. The 4 kingmakers had the power to choose the heir to the throne from any one of the male children of the royal family. The king was dependent on the cooperation of a large hierarchy of lesser chiefs. This was a kind of constitutional monarchy. The power of the nobles was checked by the authority of slave officials appointed by the king. These were not slaves in the modern sense, but much more like the royal retainers of European monarchs. Kano even had its own jester, licensed to tell awkward truths when others preferred tactful silence. But there were other royal servants with great authority. A leading nobleman of Kano, the Makaman.
Well, slave officials, there were 4, 2. That is Shamakin Kano, Salama, Dairini, and Kilishi, slaves.
Although men of noble birth might still call them slaves, these royal servants, just like the king's men of European monarchs, could wield decisive influence. One of the most powerful of them was an official still known as the Shamaki.
Gidan kansa a gidan hannunsa yake, da magudancin da yake Shamaki da wanda ke kofar gidan Shamaki. Duk a hannun Shamaki suke, babu ruwansu da sarki, sarki ba ruwansu da shi. Ɗaya in sarki zai nema sai ce a faɗa Shamaki.
The Shamaki was responsible for the royal stables. Today there are only a few horses, but cavalry were once vital to the security of the state. The cavalry were the armored divisions of their time. Even today the royal horses are valued so highly that they're fed every morning by hand. The Shamaki's position was one of crucial trust because whoever controlled the cavalry controlled the kingdom. But he himself owed his position directly to the king's patronage. Only a foolish official would bite the hand that feeds him. Another so-called slave official was the Salama. The Salama had responsibility for the royal arsenal, and he had direct access to the king.
Wanda sarki amincewa, wato abu ne amincewa ne ga sarki dan za a je ya same shi a cikin gidansa. Kowane lokaci na da izinin da zai shiga ya samu sarki a gida. Aikin sallama da wannan amanar da na gaya maka ta gidansa da amanar abin gaba kamar su bindiga su kibiya su lufudda to duk ikon salama ne.
Guns were rare in Old Kano, and the king did his best to monopolize them for his royal bodyguard of musketeers. These were housed in the palace itself. Gunpowder is still manufactured in the palace arsenal, but it's only issued today for festivals and celebrations. Control of the bodyguard is vested in the Salama. This parade may be a bit of a joke, but the power once exercised by these appointed officials was real enough. Their task was to safeguard the security of the state. Early Kano had its own religion. Its beliefs involved ancestors, local spirits, and various natural forces. Many of these beliefs centered on a cult which endures to this day, known as Bori. The Bori ritual is extremely old. This form of it, nowadays little more than a popular entertainment, still carries an echo of its old magical persuasion. Over the centuries, as Kano's links with the outside world increased, the spirit cults gradually declined. They gave way to the modernizing influence of a world religion, Islam. Islam came here 1,000 years ago, but its real impact began with the arrival of Muslim traders from Mali around the year 1300. These were the Wangarawa, whose learning and prosperity reinforced the teachings of the Quran. Slowly, Muslim influence widened until the great majority of the Kano people, led by their king, answered the call of the Prophet. By the middle of the 15th century, the power and wealth of Kano had grown to a point at which a new and enterprising ruler needed to develop more modern forms of government. Mohammed Runfa, one of the most famous kings of the old Harbi dynasty, sent for a North African expert in Muslim law and custom named Al-Maghili. Al-Haji Maita Masuli explains.
Sheikh Maghili, after having studied and after having become very learned and world famous in Islamic studies, decided to come to this part of the country to establish himself, which he did in Kano. He came during the reign of Muhammad Runfa, a very well-known, very famous, and very scholarly emir of Kano during the Harbi days.
Al-Maghili advised the king to set an example to his people in religious matters, since religion and authority went together. The king enforced the Sharia, the Muslim legal code, and formed a panel of Islamic judges, the Qadis, to preside over the courts. The present Chief Qadi of Kano, Dr. Hassan Gwazo, is an expert on Al-Maghili's teachings.
In fact, he devised two types of courts, that is, courts of first instance and also court of appeal. The court of first instance were the courts to be manned by the Qadis, but the court of appeal was that of the emir himself, that is the emir in council, that is, people aggrieved by the decisions of the Qadis or by the attitude of any official of the emir, have got a right to go direct to the emir himself.
In a book called The Obligations of Princes, Al-Maghili set down a number of rules for the king to follow in the affairs of state.
He warned the ruler that he shouldn't content himself with informations brought to him by his officials, because he said, because sometimes complaints might be against the officials, and therefore the emir should be always accessible, and that is why we see in the history of kingship in Kano, from those days to this present time, that the emir has the practice of coming out, always sitting in a place where everybody can see him, and you can see that this is even done even today.
But if justice was in theory available to everyone, it was also sharply administered. The king and his council had the same power of life and death as their contemporaries in Europe.
He had the power to say somebody, if somebody had killed somebody, or the emir, and together with his legal advisors, would go through the case, and then if that person was absolutely guilty, the emir would send him to the hanging place. He had his head cut off.
The authority of the king was very great, but like other African kings of that time, including those of Benin and Oyo, he could not be a despot. He administered the law, but he also had to obey it. He ruled his council, but he also had to defer to it. In some ways, African kingdoms were ahead of those in Europe in devising checks and balances to limit the power of the king. Al-Maghili was building on earlier traditions of African political administration when he made rules for the exercise of royal power.
Then later he wrote a constitution. And it was in this constitution that he provided for the establishment of a public complaints commission, Wilayat al-Mudhalim, in Arabic, which literally means public complaints commission, the institution of ombudsman. So you see, about 500 years ago, or even more, we had this institution of ombudsman in Hausa land.
But the king remained at the center of all things, especially at the center of spiritual power. For the celebration of a major religious festival, the king still leads the prayers of his people. Yet men don't live by prayer alone. The coming of Islam also helped to improve business dealings with Muslim merchants and traders right across northern and western Africa. Kano and its neighboring city-states lived within a wide regional community of productive interchange of manufactures, people, and ideas. They were fortunate in being placed in a land that lay between the frontiers of large empires. On the east, the Kanuri Empire of Kanem and of Bornu, and on the west, the ancient Mandinka Empire of Mali and the Sonrai Empire of the Middle Niger. The expanding production and trade of all these famous countries of the old Sudan enclosed the Hausa within a far-ranging network of caravan trails and transport. Camels provided the essential haulage system for a flourishing import-export business. Kano prospered as a commercial center. In the market, a leather worker hand-stitches part of a camel saddle, one of many highly prized products which established Kano's reputation for skilled craftsmanship and manufacture. Kano leatherwork became so famous that it was traded across the Sahara as far as Morocco. From there it was sold again to Europe, even to buyers in England, where it became known as Morocco leather. Saddle blankets of quilted cotton, still made in Kano, have always been a valued item of trade and manufacture. Another textile unique to the Kano area was once so much in demand that it was traded the length and breadth of the Western Sudan. The story of these tightly woven rolls of cloth demonstrates the complexity and sophistication of traditional Kano industry. First, the weavers turn out long strips of white cloth on the narrowest looms anywhere in the world, a technique which produces an extremely dense weave. In the village of Kura, just outside Kano city, the strips of cloth are then sold to local businessmen. At this stage, they look like long, narrow bandages. The cloth buyers then arrange for the strips to be sewn together into broad widths of material. These are then taken to the nearby village of Bunkere for the next stage of the process. Dyeing with indigo is another ancient craft, long carried out in the Kano region. Here again one sees how Africans have evolved their own techniques for specific needs. In this case, the need has been, and still is, to produce a fine, darkly dyed material for buyers far and wide, but especially for the Tuareg of the Sahara Desert, who long ago adopted it as their traditional dress. The process has to be repeated over and over. The longer the process, the deeper the dye. Simple though the technique may appear to be, this is only one of several stages of manufacture. Periodically sprayed with water and pounded for hours on end, the finished product acquires a sheen that's much admired. It's this highly polished blue cloth which is then traded out of Kano market to make turbans for local dignitaries and veils for the Tuareg, the blue men of the desert. The manufacture and sale of textiles has been a staple industry in the villages around Kano for many centuries. Strips from looms like this, when sewn together into broad widths, were sold as robes or blankets to every people and kingdom in Western Africa. Here then was a nicely balanced community of interests between countryside and city, between producers and consumers. Industry and commerce guaranteed the city's prosperity. Whole villages which once were part of the Kano kingdom are given over to the manufacture of pottery. Once the pots are dried, they're taken to a central kiln for firing. Here, literally hundreds of pots can be fired at the same time, a cooperative system for the mass production of cooking vessels. Governing and exploiting all this industry and trade were the king and his council. The king enjoyed great wealth and enormous prestige. He was always the center of attention, surrounded by courtiers and officials. He could never afford to relax, even when confronted by the grotesque mockery of his jester. But alone in the royal garden within the palace walls, he could be his own man. Sheltered from his subjects, the king could try his hand at manual labor. Women are rarely seen by visitors to the palace. These women, entertaining themselves in one of the courtyards, are the wives and relatives of palace officials. The wives and numerous concubines of the king himself are never allowed to venture from the inner palace. Muslim practice and royal prudence combine to keep them in seclusion. The present emir, like the kings of Kano before him, has many children. The political advantage of large numbers of children is that it provides a royal clan to shore up the king's power, sons to help in administration, daughters to strengthen alliances. And instead of having to accept the oldest boy as the royal heir, the kingmakers could select the ablest. All this huge establishment had to be supplied with the basic necessities. The palace has always had a number of communal kitchens. Today, food must be bought at the market, but in the past it was taken from farms around the city as a form of taxation. The city and the palace depended on the countryside. The Hausa people's staple crop has always been guinea corn, known here as dawa, which has been grown in Africa for several thousand years. The king and the city exploited the country people, and the whole edifice of royal pomp and pageantry rested ultimately on the shoulders of the Hausa farmers. As early as the 11th century, records tell of the unpopularity of royal taxation. Fortunately, the countryside around Kano was unusually fertile. The great Arab traveller Al-Wasan, who visited Kano early in the 16th century, was astonished at the agricultural wealth of the area. He wrote in his memoir, "Here groweth an abundance of corn, of rice, and of cotton." By the 16th century, grain was grown for sale as well as for domestic use. Within the kingdom, donkey caravans provided the transport system and assured the city of its food supply. Cattle have been the other great agricultural resource on these broad plains. The king himself and other prosperous city dwellers often owned cattle, which were grazed for them by professional herdsmen. Village and city life became interdependent in Hausa civilization, two sides of the same coin. Yet the indispensable source of wealth in Hausa land was not the city, but always the village, whether for production of food or of cotton or other manufactures. Village people paid taxes in cash or in kind to the king of Kano because he was powerful, but essentially because they depended on him and his government to keep law and order in the land, and when foreign enemies appeared, to protect them with the royal army. Armies were raised, just as in feudal Europe, by requiring noblemen and village chiefs to call up their servants and retainers to fight for the king in time of war. The king had some trained soldiers in his bodyguard, but most of his troops were part-time infantry, none too keen on winning glory. Again, it was Al-Maghili who advised the king to maintain a small standing army.
Have beside you at all times a band of faithful and gallant men, sentries, bowmen, horse and foot. Times of alarm are not like times of safety.
In that period of African history, kings and armies behaved very much as they did in Europe at the same time. Hausa states intrigued, formed alliances, broke them, and betrayed one another in a long series of minor wars. Today, the Kano army may be a trifle rusty, but when the bullhorn calls for courage, they do their best to dramatize the old assault tactics. And then, of course, comes grand confusion, just as in all the best regulated warfare. Victory. Then everyone dances. But these small wars, it seems, killed few, and only occasionally destroyed the peace and confidence of every day. The Hausa people who built Kano and other Hausa city-states were the makers of a strongly conscious, vivid, and independent civilization. They owed much to the culture of Islam, and much to their skills in manufacture for the long-distance trade, but were always, in the end, sufficient to themselves. They formed one of the great historic communities of old Africa. So the King of Kano, when he rides forth to greet his people, even today remains the symbol of a long development stretching back into the ancient past, very much remembered by the Hausa themselves. 500 years ago, Al-Maghili gave this advice to the king.
Ride the horses of resolution on the saddles of prudence. Kingdoms are held by the sword, not by hesitation. Can fear be thrust back except by causing fear?
The parade is a demonstration of royal power. In all this lies the varied and contrasting panoply of civilization that Africans have made for themselves. A history so strangely unknown to people in the outside world, almost as though it had never existed. Africa's history is unique to itself, but it's also part of humanity's common inheritance. It's a story that can still unfold, even in the festivals of today, a powerful mystery and splendor. Each of the ancient kingdoms of Africa developed its own customs and beliefs and laws. Yet each of them served the same three great duties: to provide a focus of faith and loyalty, to protect the people from enemies abroad, and at home to preserve the peace. Their record of success or failure, justice or injustice, has been remarkably like the record of other kingdoms in the world. In that heritage, we have all shared. Early in the 16th century, Africa began to suffer the greatest calamity in its history: the steady and continuous arrival of Europeans. This was one of 43 castles built by 7 European nations along the coast of West Africa. They stand today as monuments to rivalry and greed. For the Europeans had discovered the wealth of the Americas, mining wealth and plantation wealth, and the way to get it by using slave labor. Unwilling to take slaves from Europe and unable to find enough in the New World, they turned to Africa. Horrible in its brutality and violence, the slave trade robbed Africa of millions of men and women, and even children. It spread cruelty and disaster. And yet, it was not only the enormous numbers that mattered. Every year for centuries, the trade removed from Africa tens of thousands of productive workers, of skilled workers, of men and women trained in tropical farming, in valuable crafts, and in many forms of enterprise. Today, the great Atlantic rollers have long lost their menace, and the forebears of these boys were among the lucky ones. But for millions before them, perhaps as many as 15 millions, This was the last they would ever see of their African homeland. Among the ship's captains there were tight packers and loose packers. Their purpose was the same, to enlarge their profits by landing as many slaves as possible alive in the New World. Sometimes captured far inland, the victims of black traders were driven to the dungeons of their white partners on the coast. There were protests, but they dwindled as the profits of the trade became ever more corrupting to kings and merchants in Africa as well as in Europe. It became normal and even necessary for white people to think of their black victims as less than human. Racism grew out of slavery. At Cape Coast, a chapel was built for the British garrison right on top of the dungeons where, at any one time, up to 1,500 black captives awaited shipment. Not even the clergy spoke out against the trade, and some were ready to share in the pickings. Early in the 19th century, the Atlantic slave trade gradually began to come to an end. But even as the slavers withdrew, Europeans of a new kind began to penetrate deeply into the interior. These were the explorers. They had no warlike intentions, and the guns they carried were for hunting and self-defense. It was seldom the fault of such men that the routes they opened up would all too soon be used by others with very different aims. Later generations of explorers would try for the North Pole or the South, or in our own day, the Moon. But for Mungo Park, Livingstone, Burton, and many others, Africa's legendary lakes and rivers were the great challenge. Above all else, they wanted to unlock the geographical mysteries of the continent. The strange thing about those remarkable men is that they really were only interested, with a few exceptions, in finding things, in gold, in ivory, in geographical information, in land to take. Almost never were they really interested in the humanity of Africa. The great exception was David Livingstone. For the inhabitants of Central Africa, surely the best-loved European ever to set foot in their country. A missionary who became an explorer, Livingstone traced the great Zambezi River from its far inland source to the Indian Ocean, hoping that if he could only prove it to be a navigable waterway, the whole of Central Africa could be opened up to the blessings of the gospel. In 1855, he became the first white man to see the Victoria Falls, soon to be accepted as one of the natural wonders of the world. But less dramatic obstacles further downstream barred the way to navigation. His specially constructed river steamer had to turn back. Today, Livingstone's statue stands overlooking the falls to which he gave a name. The inscription says that Dr. David Livingstone discovered the falls. That was in 1855. What happened, in fact, was that African friends of his, with whom he was living some days upstream from here, told him about this amazing sight in their country and brought him to see it. And Livingstone, whose generosity of heart never allowed him to forget what he owed to Africans, was careful to record this in his memoirs. But the people who put the statue up, long after, evidently thought that nothing really exists until a white man has found it. But news of such earthly wonders failed to impress his missionary paymasters in London. To them, Livingstone's journeys and geographical researches were a sign that he was neglecting his work for God. They wanted converts, not waterfalls. He, for his part, found their attitude to the splendors of Africa so narrow that he was driven to resign his membership of the London Missionary Society. His duty, he believed, was to respond to a wider vision. There were plenty of others to do ordinary work, and so indeed there were. A growing band of dedicated men and women came forward from many nations to carry the gospel into these heathen lands. This is the Mangwe Pass, an historic place in the story of the white man's penetration of southern Africa. To the southwest lay the deserts of the Kalahari, and beyond to the southeast, white-ruled South Africa, while back behind me, through the hills, the old trail ran north to Bulawayo, capital of the kingdom of the Matabele. Here ran the southern frontier of that kingdom, and this pass was the only point of entry allowed by the Matabele king to European missionaries, traders, or hunters. In their attitude to the Africans whom they'd come to convert, most of the missionaries would have been happy to echo the words of Livingstone himself.
We come among them as members of a superior race and servants of a government that desires to elevate the more degraded portions of the human family. We are adherents of a benign, holy religion, and may by consistent conduct and wise, patient efforts become the harbingers of peace to a hitherto distracted and downtrodden race.
A few thought otherwise. Here are the words of Bishop Tozer of the Universities Mission.
What do we mean when we say that England or France are civilized countries and the greater part of Africa is uncivilized? Surely the mere enjoyment of such things as railways and telegraphs do not necessarily prove their possessors to be in the first rank of civilized nations. Nothing can be so false as to suppose that the outward circumstance of a people is the measure either of its barbarism or its civilization.
Nevertheless, most missionaries believed that they alone could raise Africans out of their spiritual degradation. They faced many perils, not from being boiled in an African pot, which never happened, but from mortal fevers they could not cure. 6 out of 9 at Makalolo Mission, which Livingstone had founded, died in a single year. Willing converts were few, so it had to be asked, is force justified to save a man's soul? Flogging was used at some mission stations, others disapproved.
If it is agreed that an expedition cannot be carried out unless the leader of it commits day-by-day acts of brute violence, the reply is that missionary expeditions had better not be undertaken. If missions can only be worked by methods which no supporter of the mission would dare to state in detail on a mission platform, then missions had better not be undertaken.
But another and unquestioned requirement lay at the core of missionary labors. If the gospel message was to be accepted, the spiritual beliefs which formed the foundation of African community life had to be drained of their power and effectively destroyed. What the missionaries had come to do was to convince Africans that they must renounce their beliefs, forget their ancestors, and discard the very fabric of their culture. This missionary film, made as recently as the 1960s, makes the point very clearly.
As these women, whose lives have been spent in the dark shadow of fear, listen to the radiant young girls, they wonder at their joy and confidence. They remember the offerings they've so often made to the juju themselves, the sacrifices which have been of no use. I will tell you of a God who does not require our sacrifice. He made sacrifice for us. And she shows to these fear-ridden people the symbol of God's love. Sometimes the people seek out the missionary later. We have lost our faith in these jujus, they say. We want to destroy them and begin a new life. Some rejoice. Some wonder what will become of them now. Finally comes the great day when they gather for the baptism service. Students from the training college, girls from the primary school, men and women, one by one they go down into the waters of baptism so that they might be renewed in Christ.
A skeptic might find it hard to see why one form of spiritual renewal should be so superior to another. But to these missionaries, this was the indispensable climax to their endeavors. This is a Methodist school called Wadilav in modern Zimbabwe. It's an important day because the Minister of Information, Mr. Nathan Shamurira, himself an old boy of the school, is making a visit. The event brings into focus some of the underlying currents and contradictions of recent history. Mr. Shamurira speaks for a government with radical ideas, which may well find itself at odds with religious conservatism. Yet he was educated here and brought up in the religion of white colonial settlers whose contempt for African humanity generally outweighed their Christian commitment to the brotherhood of man. It's one of the ironies of Christianity in Africa that, although it may have preceded colonial occupation, it can't now escape from the fact that it became deeply involved with the system. The foreign rulers may have departed, yet the tunes live on.
Unechimiro chake chisingatonwe nezvimwe zvinhu chisina mumwe.
Nowadays the sermon is no longer in English. This clergyman is speaking Shona, the language of most of the children at Wadilav. And he clearly feels no need to put so much emphasis on sin and guilt. How far is the accusation true that missionary teaching was really part of colonial teaching?
Well, the whole missionary enterprise here was an integral part of colonization. The missionaries came to this country with the colonizers from South Africa, and one particular missionary, Reverend Jackson, assisted in interpreting the deceptive Rad concession to King Lubengula at the time of colonization. And this relationship between the administrators, the soldiers and the miners, the gun and the Bible, so to speak, continued throughout the colonial period. But however, the missionary enterprise did also assist in the sharpening of contradictions within colonial society. On the one hand, the missionaries were preaching the equality of man, and yet they themselves were practicing discrimination in a deeply racially divided colonial society.
So they were part of the racist setup.
They were part of the racist setup. On the other hand, they were providing education in order to get literate workers to work in the factories and in the mines and farms of the colonizer.
In honor of the minister's visit, the school has laid on a display of gymnastics. Most early missionaries tried to destroy the dancing arts and rhythms of Africa, saying that these were lascivious and evil. Yet African Christianity has managed to survive that effort at repression. And children at mission schools like this can have the fun of combining the new with the old.
1, 2, 3, 4, kuti viva, kuti viva. 1, 2, 3, 4, kuti viva, kuti viva.
In another part of the school grounds, quite suddenly, old Africa was being revived. Here was a schoolgirl in the midst of a Christian mission reenacting the role of a spirit medium as she goes into her trance. Helped by friends, she portrays an ancient ritual of Shona belief. This, many people still believe, is the method used by their ancestors to pass messages to the living. These girls were playing out a drama of their own history, one that many of them will have witnessed in their family backgrounds. Across the years of the colonial intrusion, it's a kind of psychological reconciliation between the present and the past. How does one summarize the effect of the missionary effort in terms of Africans coming to terms, coming to grips with the realities of the world?
Well, on the one hand, they were, anxious and did, take very drastic steps to destroy the culture of the African people. This was implicit in the teaching of Christianity itself. In the same context, it produced the contradictions which led to the downfall of colonialism by educating people, bringing them to an institution like this where we were able to meet students from different parts of the country. And one was given a national perspective at an institution like this. And it was then possible when one left here to go and organize at a national level. So many of the national leaders of this country today were educated at mission schools. 9 out of every 10 educated blacks were educated at mission schools. Comrade Robert Mugabe, the first prime minister of an independent Zimbabwe, was brought up, trained and educated at Kutama, a Roman Catholic mission school. And many of the leaders in the present Zimbabwe government were educated at various mission schools throughout the country. So it did produce its own contradictions, and it sharpened the contradictions in colonial society.
Like a lot of other things in history, it had an unforeseen outcome.
Yes, yes, it had.
When you get an old boy coming to school, certainly some of you should feel inspired by the amount of contribution that he has made and what love has produced in him. So, sir, we are greatly honored that you have come. I know the visit has been a very brief one, but it is historical. And we do hope that when you have time, you'll be able to come back and see more of Wadilaf than you have seen today.
The minister receives a hero's send-off, partly for his role as one of the leaders who fought for Zimbabwe's independence, and partly, no doubt, for being the occasion of an extra day's holiday. Watching scenes like this, it would be hard to deny that the coming of Christianity to Central Africa has in the end brought many blessings. These children of Zimbabwe look forward to opportunities and freedoms unknown to their parents. Yet the cost has been a large one. Much of value in African culture was distorted or buried beneath the intolerant certainties of a foreign culture. And who can say whether, in the end, it won't be the practical benefits provided by the missions that outlast the spiritual ones? The little town of Bagamoyo had been the African starting point for missionaries as well as explorers. For David Livingstone, it was journey's end. This is the place, ironically, a Catholic mission. The first Catholic mission on the East African mainland, where Susie and Chuma finally laid the body of their friend David Livingstone in its last resting place on the African continent. Throughout the final months of his life, Livingstone had always been accompanied by his two devoted companions, Susie and Chuma. They it was who nursed him through his last illness and undertook that great African journey of 1,500 miles to bring his body down to the coast after he died in 1873. For that most Christian act, they were frowned out of notice and curtly dismissed. Later, happily, those faithful companions received less churlish treatment. Yet it has to be said that Livingstone himself was not quite free of that same attitude. Remember his words: "We come among them as members of a superior race to elevate the more degraded portions of the human family." Of course, he was a man of his time, and such attitudes were common. But he also affirmed, and this was most uncommon, that black people could be made to be equal with white people by two gifts that Europe could offer: Christianity and commerce. That's what he believed, and he died believing it. But I have wondered, in my own years of wandering these trails, what Livingstone would have said if he could have seen the outcome of those two gifts. In the 1870s, the land around the little town of Kimberley, in what is now South Africa, was found to contain the richest deposits of diamonds in the world. Europeans in search of quick and easy profits rushed into the area. Among them was a young Englishman who'd come to South Africa at the age of 17. His name was Cecil Rhodes. In spite of his youth, Rhodes quickly learned that the path to great personal wealth led through great personal power. He set out to win that power by getting control of the diamond industry. He succeeded by clever maneuvering, the steady purchase of other men's claims when their funds were low, and the necessary ruthlessness. Rhodes saw to it that he was going to be the one to emerge as the king of diamonds. And his kingdom was going to be in Africa, where the English reigned supreme. This is what he wrote.
Just fancy those parts of the world that are at present inhabited by the most despicable specimens of human beings. What an alteration there would be if they were brought under Anglo-Saxon influence.
This early film, taken in Kimberley, shows that attitude of arrogance at work. Yet mineral wealth was not the only prize. There was territory to be won. All through the 19th century, British forces pushed out of Cape Colony, overcoming one African people after another, until in 1879 they came up against the most formidable of all, the Zulu. So far, this mission of the gun had gone well for the British. But the Zulu had 25,000 warriors ready to take up arms. Their king, Cetshwayo, wanted peace. After all, he'd been crowned with British approval. But the British wanted war. This genteel set of lecture slides, the Victorian equivalent of news film from the battlefront, reported the war as the public at home wished to imagine it. This was the heyday of empire, and here were British redcoats subduing one more mob of heathen savages before bestowing on them the blessings of Anglo-Saxon civilization. The reality was very different. At Isandlwana, Britain suffered one of the worst defeats in her imperial history, and the Zulus had a victory to celebrate. As the troops strove vainly to get the lids off their ammunition boxes, the Zulu impis overwhelmed them. At the end of the day, 800 British soldiers lay dead. Not a single wounded man was spared. But at Rorke's Drift, a few miles away, a tiny British garrison with great bravery withstood 3 Zulu regiments numbering nearly 5,000 men. Modern firepower took its devastating toll. Determined to break Zulu power once and for all, another British invasion force, equipped with field artillery and the new rapid-firing Gatling guns, advanced on the king's capital at Ulundi. Here they found the Zulu army, but what followed was a massacre rather than a battle. Some 1,500 Zulu warriors died in fruitless charges on the guns. British casualties were put at 12. It was the end of the independent Zulu nation. A billionaire by this time, Rhodes now unfolded his plan for British rule from Cairo to Cape Town. His immediate ambition was fixed on the upland country to the north of the Limpopo River. Here in this broad plateau, with its pleasant climate, there was abundant land for cattle, and beneath it the promise of still more mineral wealth, especially gold. He faced one great obstacle. 60 years earlier, a branch of the Zulu, known as the Matabele, had broken away, trekked north, and built a strong military kingdom in the land that Rhodes now meant to seize for white settlement. The African bush has long since moved in and taken over. But this deserted spot, 100 years ago, was the living heart of Matabele power and the seat of government of its king. King Lobengula was only the second ruler of the Matabele. He was destined to be the last. True to their Zulu tradition, his men lived by the spear, raiding their neighbors, the Shona people, for cattle and women. This, they believed, was their land by right and title. But now, in a series of deceptions, Rhodes and his cronies proceeded to dispossess the Matabele of their land, their cattle, and their independence. One day, King Lobengula told a story to a white visitor to his court. He said to him, "Have you ever watched a chameleon and a fly? The chameleon gets behind the fly and gently puts one foot forward, then another. And when he's close enough, he darts his tongue, and the fly disappears. I am that fly," said Lobengula, "and you are the chameleon." On the outskirts of his royal kraal, Lobengula had allowed a few white missionaries to establish themselves. This is all that remains of a settlement run by Jesuits, whose celibate way of life had no appeal to the Matabele. But other missionaries, Protestants of various denominations, because, of course, the many schisms of the Christian faith were also imported with the missionaries, did begin to acquire some influence, but not without misunderstandings, as this old man, now well over 100, remembers.
Katina mwacheti china mamanda cheti chibhala maziso tasingazive kuti ane vaiuya chete kuuya zvavo singazive kuti vanobva kupi achibva kumba kwake uko.
Not far from the capital, across a small river, was the Anglican mission of Hope Fountain. The early missionaries were caught, almost at once, in an unavoidable dilemma. To whom was their first loyalty? To the Africans, who trusted them and whose guests they were, or to their own kith and kin. The Reverend Charles Helm, who lived in this place, made in the end a crucial choice. He was Lobengula's trusted white friend, but secretly at the same time, he began to work for Rhodes. The fact was that these missionaries soon became convinced, and no doubt rightly, and as their records show, that if they were going to convert a sizable number of Matabele, the king's power must be destroyed and Matabele culture and independence undermined. And Rhodes, they saw, was the man to do both. Step by step, Lobengula's power was eroded. He appealed to Queen Victoria. He was advised to sign treaties. Some of those who advised him to sign the treaties had come in peace and trust, but they still deceived him. The Reverend Helm lies buried here. On his tomb, his fellow missionaries felt able to inscribe the words, "Friend of the Matabele." Was he their friend? Or from within the certainties of his own belief, did he connive in their betrayal? By 1890, Rhodes and his men were ready to move. These are scenes from the feature film Roads of Africa, about the famous pioneer column. They show it in terms of the glorious legend it was to become for the white settlers who followed, almost a justification in itself for their right to the land they were about to seize. Lobengula had 16,000 warriors eager to attack, but fearing defeat, he held them back. The column headed north, avoiding direct contact with the Matabele and passing unopposed through the country of the less warlike Shona. Each man had been promised 15 gold prospecting claims and a 3,000-acre farm. A contemporary described them like this.
Such a mixed lot I never saw in my life. All sorts and conditions, from the aristocrat down to the street Arab. Peers and waifs of humanity mingling together like a hodgepodge.
Some of the pioneers came, in fact, from the leading families of Cape Colony. If the expedition met with defeat, Rhodes knew that their influential fathers would press the British government for military assistance. An unknown photographer captured the moment when the Union Jack was raised over Fort Salisbury, fulfilling Rhodes's dream that this earth shall be English. The moment became part of the myth. Established here for no particular reason of geography, Fort Salisbury duly became the modern city of Salisbury, now renamed Harare. Elsewhere on the continent, towns can be unmistakably African in their flavor and their style of life, but not this one. In just on 60 years, they turned it into the very model of a white man's city. And just over there is the flagstaff that commemorates the place where all that began. Amazingly enough, it's still here. For this is what it says: to the Pioneer Corps, specially recruited to become the first civil population of Mashonaland. But who were more civil? The black people who had long dwelt in Mashonaland and made it fruitful, or the white people who came here and took it from them by deceit and violence. Maybe that sounds a harsh question now, and yet the dispossession of the Shona was also harsh. They had settled the land centuries earlier, mastered and tamed it, and now with this, they had altogether lost their birthright. Among those who had travelled up with the pioneers was Rhodes's close friend and instrument, Dr. Starr Jameson. Rhodes now chose him to administer this newly won territory. To the southwest, there still remained the undefeated Matabele. In 1892, Jameson decided that the time had come to finish with them. A pretext was easily found. Although the Shona people were now supposed to be under white protection, they were still the target of sporadic Matabele raids. A dispute over cattle quickly produced the war that Jameson needed. In traditional style, the Matabele regiments prepared to fight for their capital, Bulawayo, against Jameson's advancing troops. No amount of Matabele courage could matter now. As an English poet wrote in bitter satire, "Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not." After defeat came dispossession. Nearly all of Matabele farming land and most of the 250,000 Matabele cattle were confiscated by Rhodes's British South Africa Company or by individual settlers. The structure of Matabele life was shattered. The London Missionary Society wrote to congratulate Rhodes. As missionaries, we have little to bind our sympathies to the Matabele, neither can we pity the downfall of their power. Lobengula is said to have told his followers that rather than have a single bone of his body touched by a white man, he would disappear like a needle in the grass. And disappear he did, while some of his warriors tried vainly to find a new homeland northward across the Zambezi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on board our cruise, Amanzi Atungayo, Sindebele word meaning the water that rises. My name is Phoebe, and Captain Sylvester is in command this evening. All drinks served on board are included in the toll price.
Before long, white settlers too began to push northward, over this great waterway where a generation earlier, David Livingstone had wandered alone. To Rhodes would fall the unique distinction of having not one but two African colonies bearing his name.
The stretch of water we are now on is the deepest and the narrowest part of the Zambezi, and it was here where the pioneers chose to cross as from 1889. They floated their wagons, using light balsa wood, and swam their cattle. Being so close to the river, a frighteningly large amount of the settlers became ill and often died from malaria and black water fever.
Livingstone had died exactly 20 years earlier, and now the way was open for Christianity and commerce. Here in these lands where Livingstone had found, as he said, perfect security for life and property, but where, for Africans, there was no longer any such thing. But African resistance was not yet over. In 1896, just 3 years later, surviving Matabele regiments of about 14,000 men, some now armed with rifles, rose in furious revolt. They swept down on isolated white settlements and slaughtered more than 100 farmers. Caught unprepared, the bulk of the settlers made a defensive laager at their new capital of Bulawayo. Then the Shona people, infuriated by taxation and forced labor on white farms, rose in their turn. Led by the priests of their religion, the spirit mediums Nahanda and Kagubi, they fought a stubborn guerrilla war for many months. It was not until 1897 that both risings were finally overcome.
Saivana varungu, chigwagwagwa nenganuni. Saivana varungu vakazoonera kuvarungu, zauya navarungu, ndivo zvaibisa navarungu. Vanhu vanga vasina, vanga nepfuti chete nemafumo.
The settler forces had suffered considerable losses in the fighting. Their mood was not merciful. So-called rebels were hunted down and, when taken prisoner, treated as dangerous criminals. Chained together, they were brought before summary courts and not infrequently hanged from the nearest tree. Captured at last, Nahanda and Kagubi were also hanged. Such were the foundations on which Cecil Rhodes built his empire. Having thrust aside anyone who stood in his way, Rhodes spent little time in the country he had formed. This was the hut he used as an office. Close by, the colonial government's state house was built directly on the site of King Lobengula's old headquarters. At his death in Cape Town in 1902, Rhodes's body lay in state and was then taken to Bulawayo, where it was carried in procession through the streets. In the Matopo Hills, south of the city, Rhodes had a summer house built, where he liked to sit in the evening and watch the sun go down over that old Africa into whose history he had broken with such explosive force. Here the coffin was placed overnight before being carried up into the hills for burial. Thousands of Europeans had gathered at the spot called World's View. Rhodes had come here in the past and had chosen it as his final resting place. So here he lies, in the heart of the country that he conquered. But are we to see this grave as the final act of taking possession, or the ultimate insult to the people he dispossessed? Rhodes has evoked conflicting judgments. For the world of wealth, he was and is the mighty empire builder, the benevolent millionaire, the hero of money. For the world of poverty, he remains a plunderer and a pirate, the robber baron who took with both hands what did not belong to him. Rhodes and his men brought material progress, and 19th century Africa certainly needed progress. But they brought it in such a way that Africans could not share in it. They deprived Africans of that very condition, freedom, that enables mankind to move forward and develop. So the great mission of the Bible and the gun ended by completely contradicting itself, by producing an African servitude in which the visions and the dreams of men such as Livingstone were bound to be denied and set at naught. The west coast of Africa, looking today much as it did 100 years ago. At that time, the old evils of the slave trade had become a distant, though disgraceful, memory. But there now opened a new chapter of confrontation along these tropical shores. In past years, Europeans had come here for profitable business. Now they wanted more, much more. Old trading posts like this one had long been the scene of a partnership between maritime traders from Europe and local Africans. By the 1880s, that old partnership was being swept away in a dramatic change, the outcome of a new European drive for overseas empire. Industrialized countries led by France and Britain had begun to invade the black continent, each hoping for new sources of raw materials for its factories, new markets for its manufacturers, and new positions of advantage against its rivals. This was called the Scramble for Africa. By 1914, only two countries remained outside European possession, Liberia in the west and Ethiopia in the east. Britain had seized the lion's share of control. Egypt and the Sudan in the north, the immense wealth of South Africa, valuable colonies like Rhodesia and Kenya, and richly populated territories such as Nigeria and the Gold Coast. France had invaded Algeria in the 1830s. Now, after new wars of conquest, she added more colonies to her empire south of the Sahara, including the island of Madagascar. Little Portugal carved out two vast colonies, Angola and Mozambique, while Imperial Germany took the Cameroons and southwest Africa, and on the east coast, Tanganyika. The vast Congo basin fell to King Leopold of the Belgians. Italy and Spain completed the enclosure. The fate of the continent was utterly changed. Between the colonizing powers themselves, the carve-up was peaceful, but their rivalry was intense. In 1884, a congress of the competing governments met in Berlin to settle their disputes. Germany's Iron Chancellor Bismarck was there. And active behind the scenes was the ambitious Belgian king. He spoke for them all when he said, "I am determined to get my share of this magnificent African cake." Any power that could occupy African soil could effectively claim it. Now the task was to stake out frontiers in utterly uncharted land. Said the French Prime Minister, "We have embarked on a gigantic steeplechase into the unknown." The British Prime Minister Lord Salisbury was to say of this period, "We've been engaged in drawing lines on maps where no man's foot has ever trod. We've been giving away mountains and rivers and lakes to each other, only hindered by the small impediment that we never knew exactly where we were." The great game was to get hold of places and positions of advantage over rivals, no matter what irrational frontiers might result. One of the most absurd cases was the magnificent Gambia River. Britain had long held Bathurst, Banjul today, and was determined to keep this river route to the interior. But France, invading from the west coast, enclosed all the territory surrounding the Gambia River in her new colony of Senegal. So the French were naturally eager to obtain the Gambia River. They offered Britain, in exchange, the much larger and richer Ivory Coast. But the British Parliament insisted on keeping the Gambia, thus dividing the peoples of the region. And the result was, and is, a country that is 300 miles long, but never more than 30 miles wide. What the African inhabitants might think of this colonial carve-up was never asked. The European idea, in the words of one British governor, was to seize African territory and then, as much as possible, rule the country as if there were no inhabitants. In fact, European contempt for Africans now reached new depths, and no wonder. For how otherwise than by asserting that Africans were helpless children, lazy savages, could Christian Europe justify taking their countries away from them? The helpless children, meanwhile, sang their own version of a famous hymn. Onward, Christian soldiers, into heathen lands, prayer books in your pockets, rifles in your hands. Take the happy tidings where trade can be done. Spread the peaceful gospel with the Gatling gun. The European invasions were widely resisted. Conquest was never easy. And sometimes, as these old drawings and photographs testify, conquest led to a ruthless killing that later generations would prefer to forget. Resistance took many shapes. In French West Africa, a focal point was found in Muslim loyalties. Many heroes, still unforgotten, came on that scene. Some, like the Senegalese religious leader Ahmadou Bamba, offered the way of peace, but were still sent into exile. Others, like the fierce warrior leader Samori, fought off French attack after attack and was crushed and exiled only after years of war. Death took many, strong or weak. With the skulls of earlier wars displayed in their capital, Kumasi, the powerful Ashanti nation ruled over most of modern Ghana. Led by their kings, who had the title of Asantehene, they'd long defended their country against Britain, but now they desperately wanted a peaceful settlement. In 1895, fearing a disastrous war with Britain, King Prempeh made a strong bid for peace from his palace here at Kumasi. He offered the British the right to establish in Ashanti a chartered company with all the concessions, the privilege that such a company could possibly desire. But it wasn't enough, for the British now wanted territorial possession as well as privilege. The Ashanti nation had already fought long, hard battles against the British. But this time, in 1896, they decided to surrender. In a ceremony of deliberate humiliation, the king was made to kiss the British commander's boot and then sent into exile. But it wasn't the end of the story. The British now blundered. A new British governor, Sir Frederick Hodgson, decided that he had to get possession of the sacred golden stool, symbol of the Ashanti nation's soul. Arriving at the British fort here in Kumasi, he ordered the assembled chiefs to hand the stool over. Worse still, he demanded the right to sit on it, something that no person had ever been allowed to do, not even the king himself. To Hodgson's final insult, the Ashanti replied with war. This little fort at Kumasi is what the British had built, just in case, and now they sorely needed it. The few dozen British inmates of the fort were besieged for months and had to eat rats to stay alive. Hodgson's act of folly had exacted a bitter price. Efforts to send in relief from the coast were repeatedly frustrated by Ashanti resistance, until finally the governor and his wife got away to the coast and the absurd but tragic affair could be closed. This ended war between Britain and Ashanti, and a year later, in 1901, the British quietly annexed the country, which became part of the colony of the Gold Coast. All over Africa, the new military technology of automatic guns gave easy victories to the invaders. Countless resistors died, many thousands at the single battle of Omdurman in Britain's conquest of the Sudan. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sudan, the French were also scoring victories. For the most part, public opinion rejoiced. For were these not victories over an inferior species, a kind of joke humanity? There were some critics, but not many, and their voice was ignored or silenced. What really mattered was to do down one's European rivals. If you were British, to get the better of the French in West Africa or of the Germans in East Africa. While orphans like little Uganda were left on the protective doorstep of Father John Bull. Even before 1900, there came a new source of conflict, settlers from Europe. French in the far north, Dutch and then British in the far south, and some Germans. Other settlers were attracted to the good farming land of the east, to Tanganyika, northern and southern Rhodesia, and the British territories of Uganda and Kenya. Once again, nobody asked permission. An early French governor had laid down the golden rule. Wherever good water and fertile land are found, he said, settlers must be installed without questioning whose land it may be. The settlers, not surprisingly, agreed. The next step in East Africa was to build a railway from the coast to the interior. The line was completed in 1901, and millions of acres of good farming land in Kenya were opened to white ownership and settlement for the buying price of next to nothing. These white strangers, oddly enough, were at first welcomed by the African inhabitants. But the welcome didn't last for long, for they soon discovered that colonial government wanted them to give things, above all their land and their labor. These colonial demands provoked a repeated resistance. And against that resistance, the colonial government, with white settlers arriving in ever larger numbers from Britain, waged a war with little mercy, and of course, with rifles and machine guns, against spears and arrows.
Macinire nĩ ũndũ wa kũmena andũ ũndũ gũtikĩrĩ ũndũ mekagwo nĩ kũmakia andũ ũguo magagĩũka magagĩtorekia na andũ mora-rĩ magacina mĩciĩ.
This beating down of a sometimes violent and desperate African protest was called pacification, or less politely, hammering. A British officer then fighting in Kenya kept a sadly instructive diary.
Marched into Fort Hall, and the expedition comes to an end. To my mind, the people of the Embu have not been sufficiently hammered, and I should like to go back at once and have another go at them. During the first phase of our expedition against the Irieni, we killed 797 niggers, and during the second phase against the Embu, we killed about 250.
There was, in fact, much more of the same thing. In a sixth campaign against the Kenya Nandi, for example, British troops reported killing 1,117 people, besides seizing all their livestock. In 1906, a junior British minister in London cabled this protest. Surely it cannot be necessary to go on killing these defenseless people on such an enormous scale. The minister's name was Winston Churchill, but on that occasion his intervention had no effect.
Nĩtuonire kũrĩ ũtiganu andũ nĩmokire gũtunya andũ ithaka andũ makoragĩra kwa mĩceni nĩyo yarĩ na tha andũ magathiĩ kwa mĩceni mũndũ agakahata haha magoka magakata haha thome ha mũndũ ũcio akaingatwo akorera kwa mĩceni. Mageka gĩthaka makairiga rĩu kwarũmata na kũu makairiga kĩu gĩgatuĩka nĩ kĩa mũthũngũ ũmwe arĩa marĩ kuo makaingatwo makorĩra kwa mĩceni.
By 1915, about 4 million acres of African farming land in central Kenya had been given to about 1,000 British settlers. By the 1920s, about half of the able-bodied men of Kenya's two largest farming peoples, the Kikuyu and the Luo, were working as laborers for British newcomers. How was that done? The answer, once again, was something new in Kenya: taxation. To cultivate these splendid acres, it was necessary to make Africans pay taxes in cash. Having no money economy of their own, Africans could pay tax in cash only if they went to work for a European wage. An old Maasai recalls those early days.
Sasa wazungu walipokaa sasa walianza kutawala. Walipotawala kitu walitaka kodi. Masai zamani hapana lipa kodi ya kichwa kama ile tunaita zamani poll tax. Tulikuwa nalipa na nyumba. Walikuwa naitwa kodi ya nyumba.
The Maasai proved particularly good at dodging the payment of the new taxes. So the colonial government thought it should send some of these apparently idle warriors to school, so as to turn them, if possible, into tax collectors among their own people. Small boys were seized for this purpose.
Sasa serikali walitoa askari yake kuja kuchukua watoto. Sasa mimi ni moja ya wale watoto ambayo walishikwa kupelekwa skuli. Sasa nilishikwa nikapelekwa skuli. Sasa pamoja na wale watoto wengine.
On the other side of the continent, in northern Nigeria, the colonial scene was very different. With no white settlers, life was peaceful. Things continued much as before. The British had conquered this huge region, far from the sea, for no real reason other than to keep it from the French. So the British were content with a supervision which allowed them to take a back seat. Under the direction of Lord Lugard, this was called indirect rule. This was the residence of the British official who governed the northern Nigerian province of Kano. Indirect rule meant ruling through local kings, in this case the local emir, who after defeat accepted British overlordship. On condition that nothing was done to modernize or democratize the conquered system, indirect rule was cheap and highly effective. Local kings and princes kept the peace and law and order in their own interest, as well as in that of the British. Both sides at the top had much to gain. So kings, like this one, the Emir of Katsina, were able to stay in power and even add to their personal privileges. They were able to call on their own local retainers to govern the everyday affairs of the country. In this way, the native governing class, as the doctrine said, was to remain a real living force, as well as being a curious and interesting pageantry.
The ceremonies are the same as 1,000 years ago. There were kings in northern Nigeria when Richard Lionheart set out on crusade. Today, he and all the emirs of northern Nigeria play their part as subjects of the King of England. But their subjects still show their loyalty as in the days when Katsina was warring with her neighbors. Katsina still keeps her way of life, still resists new influences from the world outside.
In short, no modernization of any kind, and therefore big problems for the future. I talked to Nigerian professor Obaro Ikeme.
For the larger part of Nigeria, British rule did not mean anything for many years. In other words, although at the centers of administration, there was a change which could be seen by the people and felt by the people. In the outlying areas, life went on as if the British did not exist. If you take Lugard's own particular area, the north, for example, the seat of the emir and the seats of the district heads may have felt the immediate impact of the British presence. But the villages were ordered and run just as before, with one important difference though, taxation, that the people had to pay tax to a new power. The British built up a corps of Africans who became known as native administrators, developed some commitment to the system. The salaries were comfortable. They had power, which they used to enrich themselves at the expense of their followers and their subjects. Consequently, the British were able to succeed largely by developing a core of people who became partners with them.
British officers headed by a resident are there in every emirate to advise and assist the emir and his ministers in their day-to-day work. And each month, the resident presides at a full meeting with the emir's council. There may be word from Nigeria's governor in Lagos or from the colonial office in London, or the council may discuss the repatriation of pilgrims from Mecca. the dignity of the past, the traditions of Katsina are present in the council chamber.
Here, once more, this time behind polite words, was the essence of colonial paternalism. In the French colonies along the coast, the scene was both the same and different. Dakar, capital of Senegal, actually the little suburb of Rufisque, a charmingly nostalgic place. Senegal was France's oldest colony in tropical Africa, and one where the French presence, like that of the British in northern Nigeria, could easily be absorbed. Generally, the French ran their colonies on much the same system as the British. But there was one important difference. The British thought that their Africans could never become anything but Africans, and certainly not British. The French idea, on the contrary, was that in the end, at some distant time, all their Africans would become black Frenchmen. The culture and the language of France were offered as the eventual supreme blessings. This idea was called assimilation. Originally, this was a generous idea, but colonial rule reduced it to little or nothing. Yet in 4 municipalities of coastal Senegal, assimilation did take effect. This picturesque island of Gorée, just off the port of Dakar, was one. Here you could go to school and even become a French citizen. But you belonged to a tiny minority. By 1926, only 48,000 Senegalese had become assimilated out of a total of 1.5 million. The Senegalese historian, Professor Cheikh Anta Diop, explains.
C'est en fait certain, dans la pratique, ce n'était pas possible. Et dans la pratique, il y a eu 4 communes ici au Sénégal et partout ailleurs, pratiquement, c'était le système de l'indigénat. Donc, à cause du rapport numérique, la politique d'assimilation n'était pas applicable sur le terrain.
One man from Gorée Island who did make it and carved out for himself a brilliant career was Blaise Diagne. Of humble origins, but Diagne became the first black man to be elected to the French National Parliament in Paris. He campaigned for black rights and began to win concessions. That was in 1914. During the First World War, an embattled France called for tens of thousands of African troops as Flanders swallowed its victims. Blaise Diagne agreed to be France's recruiting sergeant, and his African reputation vanished in the slaughter.
Guerre. Ku la force wu doo dem ci guerre. Ku la force wu doo dem ci guerre. Dañu ma force. Dañu ma forcé jële ma ci suma loxin dee ak suma papa yóbbu ma. Aw ma ci sañ-sañ bañ. Aw ma ci sañ-sañ bañ moo tax ma dem. Xam nga ku la bëgg yóbbu ci guerre du la neex. Gannaaw xamuloo ko.
France had long relied on African mercenaries, even as far back as the Crimean War. But now it was different in scale and in suffering. More than 200,000 African troops, mostly conscripts, were sent to France. And at least 170,000 were thrown into the Holocaust of the trenches. Thousands never came home. Others returned with an experience that survivors have still not forgotten.
xeex nañu ak Allemand yi rey nañu leen ñi la ñu dog seen baat ñoom dog suñu baat ñi la ñu dog seen ndox ñu dog seen ndox ñi lañ jël di ñëw nekk gumbo ñi la dal di ñëw nekkul dara nekkuñu dara ah waaw lox sama loxo bi ci la bokk ci la dog benn bala ngi ni bu génn si fii mu ngi ni le benn bal mu ngi nii bëgg bi meer mu ngi nii mu ngi dal fii génn si fii mu ngi.
Shoulder to shoulder, white men and black men, equal in the trenches. Were they now to become equal in the colonies? Only the monuments suggested that. With the coming of peace in 1918, the victorious colonial systems looked more strongly entrenched than ever before, though military rule now gave way to civilian government. This led to a far more thorough system of tax collection to pay for the government. The linchpin of the British system was the district officer.
That's where I come in. I'm the district officer in this particular area. The native authority treasurer sends his figures to me for checking against last year's figures. When it's decided what the tax is to be this year, I go off to tell the chiefs and people what they're to pay and why. That's my wife. I spend so much time doing the rounds that if she didn't come, we wouldn't see much of each other. We take our beds and everything else, as the rest houses where we spend the nights have no furniture. You know, we're very ordinary people, but the pagans still find us a bit of a puzzle with our fuss and bother. That's the local chief. We ask news of the crops and the children. It's like sitting in a shop window. We come here every year and follow the same ritual, but they always behave as though it was the first time. Peace is all very well, but it is dull, and they love a bit of variety.
Many colonial officials were good, practical, hard-working people devoted to their ideals. They were sure that the strong paternal arm of colonial rule must be a blessing for Africans and would have to be continued for centuries. They firmly believed that if left to themselves, Africans would simply go on living as before, and that, they thought, would be a thoroughly bad thing. An old film tells the story as the colonial officials saw it.
This simple life under the hot African sky was once a life of fear and uncertainty.
British rule has brought peace. The enterprise of European officials and settlers and of Indian traders has opened up the country. But there is still a long battle to be fought with ignorance, poverty, and disease.
In these lands, where there are so many changes to be made, much can be achieved by money and the initiative of the white man.
In the more favoured colonies, those were the hopes of the 1920s, and in some respects they were fulfilled. There came the founding of the first modern hospitals, veterinary services, and other benefits of Western life. But all the money to pay for these good things had to come from Africans. So there now began a drive for the export of crops to yield cash. The cash crop era got into its stride. Groundnuts, as here in Senegal, were a crop that brought cash to farmers and to colonial purchasing companies. But the cash crop's success also brought problems.
Il est certain que l'arachide a été introduite pour alimenter tout simplement la culture, la monoculture de l'arachide a été introduite pour des raisons industrielles, ni plus ni moins. Hein, c'est en 1848, je crois, que des Marseillais l'ont introduite ici pour fabriquer tout simplement de l'huile pour vendre ça sur le marché international. Et on a spécialisé finalement, la tendance est née de spécialiser chaque colonie en fonction de ce qu'elle pouvait produire le mieux. Et on a donc toutes les zones sahéliennes ont été spécialisées pour la culture de l'arachide, des zones comme la Guinée pour la culture de la banane et le riz, et ainsi de suite. Mais ça, c'était en fonction, non pas des intérêts locaux des indigènes, de ceux qui habitaient ces terres-là, mais en fonction des besoins en matières premières des usines qui tournaient à Marseille, à Bordeaux et en Europe d'une façon générale.
So long as their crops were bought, African growers could be reasonably content. But in 1929, there began the huge and long disaster of the World Depression, and prices collapsed. Food production for local people, already badly hit because of land taken for cash crops, became a subject of major crisis. What was true of the French Empire was just as true of all the others. Here in the Gold Coast, the big cash crop was cocoa, providing the bulk of the colony's exports. The crop was grown and harvested entirely by African farmers who had to sell it to British and other foreign buying companies. These companies banded together so as to pay the farmers an artificially low price. The farmers of Ghana, then the Gold Coast, nonetheless worked so well that they became the world's biggest producers of cocoa, and so of chocolate, which Africans didn't eat. But the gains were far from equally shared. The Ghanaian historian, Professor Edo Boahen.
There's no doubt at all that the farmers were being cheated. The prices that were being paid for the cocoa bore no relationship to the prices that they had to pay for the imported goods. We had no say in the pricing of our own commodities. We had no say in what we paid for what was imported. This was, in fact, one of the greatest indictments against the colonial economic policies, the fact that so much emphasis was placed on a single cash crop. And we had to import rice, we had to import oil, palm oil, and so on, to feed ourselves, because so much emphasis and so much attention was paid to this single cash crop cocoa. The colonial governments were just concerned with obtaining raw materials to feed their factories abroad.
The raw materials were produced by the skill and enterprise of hard-working African men and women. Yet the advertisements in Europe, deeply racist by this time, presented an insultingly different picture. At the same time, African businessmen found that the trading positions they had established in earlier times were now swept away.
There's no doubt at all that before the colonial period, Africans were playing a far more important and dominant role in the economy than during the colonial period. There were many of them running their own import-export businesses. In the 1920s and 1930s, all these African merchant princes virtually disappeared from the field because the dice was so much loaded against them as a result of the colonial system. The banks were discriminating against them in the granting of loans. The expatriate firms, and particularly the Syrian and Lebanese firms, were undercutting them, and they just could not stand the challenge. And therefore, many of them simply ran out of business. And the children of these great merchant princes now became the employees of the great African capitalist companies like UAC, UTC, SUA, and so on.
Colonial trading companies, British, French, Belgian, Portuguese, monopolized wholesale business with the full backing of their colonial governments. What King Leopold had called this magnificent African cake was beginning to yield its riches. Often those were painful days, but they have to be recalled by anyone who wishes to understand the problems of Africa now. The turmoil of today in the Congo or Zaire has its roots in the infamous Congo Free State of King Leopold. Here the emphasis was on the growing of rubber, and the methods used to extract it were no better than a reign of terror. Local people were forced to collect rubber under the most cruel conditions, as these old photographs show. If the rubber they collected was poor or small in quantity, men, and sometimes women too, could expect to lose a hand or foot in punishment. Terrible things were done. An official British fact-finding commission reported. The daily agony of an entire people unrolled itself in all its repulsive, terrifying details. Public opinion in Europe grew horrified. Gradually, the agonies were reduced. Yet huge damage had been done, moral as well as physical, and was going to cast a dark and violent shadow over the future of the Congo. Forced labor by the 1920s was practiced on a wide scale in most of the colonies. All early roads and railways were built by forced labor. Much was achieved, but the cost in life and health was sometimes catastrophic. This spectacular railway in French Equatorial Africa was built by 125,000 Africans to link the coast with Brazzaville, the inland capital. Beyond doubt, a great feat of engineering. But before a single passenger could travel on it, nearly 14,000 Africans were to die in building it. Travel in comfort came at a price. By the 1920s, the colonial railway map was complete. These lines had one central purpose: to ensure the export of minerals and other wealth, most of all from southern Africa. European mining activity for gold, copper, zinc, diamonds transformed southern Africa, thanks again to African labor acquired by the usual procedure of administrative force and taxation. Conditions were hard to bear. Some 30,000 Africans died in southern Rhodesian mines between 1904 and 1933, mostly of disease. And wages at the end of that period were lower than they'd been at the start. This labor system was called Chibaro. Very old men can still remember it.
Oh, kwa apana umuntu wanga chiramba vanga vachienda zvavo kuchibharo kuti vata chibharo waitaulirwa ishe vobvisa vanhu voenda kuchibharo kubasa.
Gold mining boomed. In those years of Chibaro, the southern Rhodesian mining industry produced gold worth £87 million sterling, at the cost of 20 dead African miners each week on average for 30 years. Just as in the bigger mines of South Africa, living conditions for miners were appalling. Safety provisions were primitive. Discipline was often brutal. Healthcare almost non-existent. Prison labor was used whenever available, and that was often. And child labor too.
Takamboenda achiri vakomana so taenda kuchibharo kwanzi kunodikanwa vanhu kubasa.
After 1930, the whole labor system in large regions had come to depend on people having to abandon their villages and go far away to work in colonial mines or on plantations. This was called migrant labor, a huge upheaval which soon began to destroy the old stabilities of rural Africa. An official British committee in 1935 reported that the old order of society was being completely undermined by migrant labor. The years ahead were going to confirm it. But it was in the Portuguese colonies, especially Angola and Mozambique, that forced labour was at its worst. Here in Mozambique, and by brutal methods, African farmers were forced to grow cotton and to sell it at prices fixed by the colonial government. Prices kept so low that the farmers used to say of the cotton that they were forced to grow, that cotton was the mother of poverty. The raw cotton was sent to textile factories in Portugal and returned in the form of shirts for Africans to buy. All the profits were Portuguese. The more the farmers learned to hate cotton, the more they were forced to grow it on pain of severe punishment.
Senzaku lisindzisa tiko hinkwaro akwari byala thonji atiko hila linga sungula kushaniseka hakona avakapataji avafamba amintini nemasin'wini loku bile dina vakhumuka avalandziwa vayatekiwa vabiwa hi tintshilani vaya masin'wini na va nga dlanga hi xitadori va ta ni khoma se ni ya jele akwena wena xitadori wa ku ni byetelaka vanhu a va ha ri makhwati thonji na hi ku ba se ni yala se ni kangateriwa ni ba xipakani va ba xipakani xa wunharhu ni ku swa ringana se va ku jele 15 days jele.
The farmers in this old film had no legal means of protest, but they could express their anger by singing anti-colonial songs in their own language. There seemed then no way out, no hope ahead. And before long, the same disaster struck here as elsewhere. Food crops disappeared, and once prosperous areas were hit by famine.
Kunene tindlela tive tikulu nkama lowo hikusa aloko amutini lwangani vasati vambirhi vanharhu hinkwavo a va nyikiwa masimu ya thonji kutani athonji a li hlakuriwa kanharhu thonji kutani a ku nga ri na nkama wa ku tirha masimu a ku nga na nkama wa ku veni hi tirha masimu ya hina hi byala mavele leswi fanekelaka ha kona ni leswi hinkwaswo a li karhi hi tirha swona swa tifijao ni timavele ni hinkwaswo se a tindlela ti kula hi ndlela yoleyo.
In spite of African suffering, settlers arrived in growing numbers. Some were political exiles from the Portuguese dictatorship. Many were poor people hoping for a better life. Sent out to be farmers, most preferred the easier life of the towns. They opened shops and businesses and aimed at the success which had eluded them at home. This actually suited the official colonial doctrine. The Portuguese dictator Marcelo Caetano laid it down in plain words. The blacks are to be organized and enclosed, he said, in an economy directed by whites.
Loko ni sungula ku vulavula ni te ka dimxadore ni sekretari wakwe leswaku a guvernu wa maputukezi I guvernu leyi nga twala misaveni hinkwayo hi vunene bya yona kambe n'wina vadimixiradori mugene guvernu wa maputukezi Afrika a nga ta va kona hikusa a mu landzanga a swileleto leswi mu nga tela swona Afrika.
Mass resistance was to develop later. But already, even the poorest and least educated Africans could see that colonial rule had much more to take than to give. Whatever good may have come from colonial rule has to be measured, unfortunately, against the essential aims of each of the colonial systems. These aims were frankly stated. They were to extract wealth. We've looked at some of the ways in which wealth was extracted by the use of forced or cheap labor, by the seizure of land, by the incessant pressure on growing crops for export rather than crops for local food needs, and always by the deliberate treatment of Africans as inferior beings. Whatever appearances might suggest, Africans in fact were no longer prepared to accept their permanently inferior status. All over the continent, the first signs of a new political dissent had already begun to appear. In the 1920s, for example, with the protest action of Harry Thuku in Kenya, at the same time with Kesley Hayford and his companions in British West Africa. And perhaps above all with Herbert Macaulay, often called the father of Nigerian nationalism. But their demands were small.
Some of these early nationalists were completely taken in by the British system. They thought it was a good thing, and that we should become part of that good thing. And the real pressure was for the British to become a bit more liberal.
During the 1930s, and notably with the rise to prominence of the fiery but very effective Nigerian nationalist Nnamdi Azikiwe, much stronger and more far-reaching demands began to be made. Men like Azikiwe used the press where this was possible, as it was in British West Africa. They now sought a mass audience. Politics moved out of polite drawing rooms into the clamour of the streets.
So the resistance movement took many forms, and it was not confined only to the elite, as some people tend to think. In fact, it was also evident in the rural areas and even among the ordinary farmers and the ordinary workers.
One form of mass resistance took shape in a big cocoa hold-up in the Gold Coast when farmers demanded fairer prices. Once again, the press could be used to good effect.
But unfortunately, in the 1930s, there was never any coordination between the protests of the rural folk and the farmers and the protests being organized by the elite. And this is why the resistance movement was not very successful.
But now in 1935 came a new and savage challenge to African hopes of progress. Another colonial invasion, fascist Italy's brutal assault on Ethiopia, then called Abyssinia.
No power on earth now seems able to hold up Italy's sweeping advance across Abyssinia's rain-swept mountains. Now Dessie has been captured, and from there a direct road leads to Addis Ababa. So perhaps it's only a question of time as to when the victorious Italian troops will march into the capital, and the emperor will have to sue for peace.
With the colonial powers sounding quite pleased about this invasion, Italy's armies pushed on against a far weaker adversary and bombed and shelled their way to success. But Africans were outraged.
For the first time, the blacks all over the world, this is not even Africa alone, but the blacks all over the world felt that they have been attacked. You know, Ethiopia and Liberia were the only two countries in Africa that were able to maintain their sovereign existence during the period of the scramble and the occupation of the continent by the imperial powers. And Ethiopia, therefore, became the symbol of hope, not only for Africa, but for all the black peoples all over. Ethiopia was looked upon as the symbol of the revival and the regaining of the independence and sovereignty of Africa. And therefore, when this invasion took place, it meant the complete snuffing out of this last beam of hope.
Italy's troops entered Addis Ababa, capital of a now subjected Ethiopia. And still there came no more than verbal protest from outside powers. Yet Ethiopia's defeat, painfully confirmed when her people laid down their arms, sent out a call for action to Africans everywhere.
Indeed, for some of us, 1935 now is being considered as the more appropriate date for the beginning of the modern nationalist period of African history, rather than 1939 or even 1945, because we believe that but for the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, probably the struggle for independence would have begun from 1935 as a result of the indignation, as a result of the anger, as a result of the emotions, as a result of the strong feelings of anti-imperialism that were aroused by the Italian invasion of Ethiopia.
Those feelings were aroused above all among the few who could win a modern education at schools like this one, at Chimota in the Gold Coast, where Kwame Nkrumah, future leader of the country's independence movement, had been a student. Young people began to read whatever anti-colonial newspapers they could find. Even in the midst of discouraging years, hope flourished afresh. A new generation of educated Africans, some of them trained here at Achimota, was reaching maturity. And then came the tremendous upheavals of the Second World War, surging with revolutionary force through the entire colonial world. By 1945, as we shall see in our next program, the scene was set for great dramas in a struggle for independence. The Second World War and tens of thousands of young Africans were drafted overseas. The conflict was never really theirs, but for the first time they saw the conditions of their subjugated countries from the outside. They played their part in the winning of great victories, not least in Burma. In 1941, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt issued the famous Atlantic Charter, their grand promise that after the war, we shall respect the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live. Africa's returning soldiers heard this pledge, and it raised high hopes.
The promises they had before the war, that after the war, some of them will be given better jobs and better pay, good money and so on, all the rest of it, and they had nothing.
The aura of superiority which had been there all along was destroyed by that war, at least for those soldiers who fought side by side with whites. Thereafter, on their return home, nobody could expect them to regard the white man as some little god. He was human, he had his weaknesses, he had his fears, and so on.
When peace came in 1945, nothing in the colonial landscape seemed different from before. Yet beneath the apparent calm, strong political pressures were building up. Even in remote rural areas, the message for a different future began to be heard. As well as the returning soldiers and their newfound aspirations, the seething expansion of many colonial towns, often 2 or 3 times bigger than before the war, also gave Africa's political leaders a mass audience for the first time. The struggle for independence moved firmly into the streets. Even the slow growth of primary education, wherever that occurred in some British, French and Belgian colonies, began to have a liberating influence. And that influence was carried further by young Africans now studying overseas.
Ils sont, virgule, tout, virgule, étonnés.
Up and down the country, you meet them everywhere. Men and women from the British colonies, working with us, learning from us. Nowadays, they and we share a common citizenship, but today we also share with them a common purpose, a partnership in progress and prosperity for us both. To us, in the factory at home, this plan for mutual exchange may seem remote. But we are, every one of us, a part of it. For if the colonies are to send us the food and raw materials we're short of, we must send them the tools to do the job. We shan't complete so great a task overnight, but from every piece of equipment we can send to the colonies now, we stand to share the benefit ourselves in the future.
Looking back, one may well marvel at the complacency of the men who ruled the colonies from the tranquil corridors of Westminster and Whitehall. They saw no need to allow for any major political change, except in Britain's 4 West African colonies. And even there the rulers wanted to move very slowly. Indeed, these worthy men deceived themselves, and their awakening to reality came from where it was least expected, from the Gold Coast, always considered to be Britain's model colony. A dramatic day of 1948 here in the capital Accra shattered that official complacency. Gold Coast troops had fought hard battles in Burma. They'd been part of what was called the Forgotten Army. Home again, the survivors once more felt themselves forgotten. They decided to march to the castle and present their grievances to the governor. With the castle already in sight, they arrived at this point along the road to its approach, and here they ran into a cordon of police armed with rifles barring the way. This angered the ex-servicemen. They'd come in peace. Now there were protests, shouts. Tear gas was thrown by the police and stones were thrown back. The march had begun to fray into a fight, at which point the European officer in charge of the police lost his head. He snatched a rifle from one of his men and opened fire with it into the marching veterans, killing or wounding several of them.
I saw exactly what happened. They were stopped, and then the soldiers started shooting. Why should they stop them? Then they start throwing tear gas to disperse them. And through the tear gas, all of them, they scattered all over the place, and they took stones. They started throwing stones. And through the tear gas, the enemy gave a command, and they started to shoot. I was right behind them, just like that. They started to shoot.
Lance Corporal Atipo, he was shot, dead. Another colleague of mine, a classmate of mine at Kofrodia, he was shot at the hip. I gathered him with a couple of my friends and put him on the wayside. But it looks awkward. One will fight in Burma for 3 good years, returning home and then come to die at the crossroad. I mean, the whole thing takes us by surprise.
Then one soldier fell, another fell, and the third one. The fourth one, it's a schoolboy who was standing right between the two of us, myself and a friend of mine, behind. A bullet came through him and the boy fell. I held him up and found that the bullet passed through his thighs and came out from his buttocks. He fell, died later.
In itself, this was a rather small colonial killing, and yet it was to have a tremendous significance, for it exploded into rioting and looting here at Accra and rapidly in other towns. And those riots were the prelude to a strong political demand for independence. And that demand for independence now found its spokesman, a young nationalist with a vision of a free and progressive Africa. His name was Kwame Nkrumah. He formed a party for immediate action, and thousands rallied. His right-hand man was Komlo Bedama.
We got more following because we were more youthful, more active, and more forceful in our speeches. As a result, the youth, of course, it's more especially because of Nkrumah's personality, they flocked to our side.
Because you pushed harder?
We pushed harder and asked for more things than the elders would do. We wanted self-government now. When the Kuse Constitution came out, they said some form of self-government should be given to the people. We said we wanted full self-government now.
Big news from the Gold Coast, where the people recently went to the polls under the new constitution. The paramount chief of Accra was there with his retinue to record his vote, and everywhere in the capital, the people gathered to play their part in the democratic process, the free election of members of the Legislative Assembly.
Although Nkrumah himself had been thrown into prison for political reasons by the British, polling was peaceful. African voters proved to a skeptical colonial government that they could use the ballot box as well as anyone else. Two main parties contested the election, and the result was an overwhelming victory for Nkrumah and his movement. Bowing to this result, Britain changed its policy and offered power, but purely over internal affairs, to an African government. The offer was accepted, and Nkrumah became the first of many African leaders to move directly from political imprisonment to the seat of power.
The whole world rejoiced in 1951 when Nkrumah had become the leader of government business straight from jail. And they were watching us to see what we were going to do. So it was important for us to try and show that we were responsible persons, not street boys just come into office. We went down to the work of running the administration, and some of us really hit it. We made a mark.
In 1954, with new elections and another victory for Nkrumah and his party, the Gold Coast edged another step towards independence. 7 years earlier, the British had withdrawn from India. Now they set about dismantling their African empire. Under Nkrumah's lead, these were exciting days. Professor Edu Boahen remembers.
The 1950s, to me, were the most important and the most fascinating period in the history of this country. This was the period of the struggle for independence. It was a period of hope, period of expectations, great expectations. And this was the period when far more was achieved during the period from 1951 to 1954. Saw a pace of development in this country which it has never seen.
In 1957, the British duly completed their promise, and the Gold Coast became the first colony south of the Sahara to win its independence. Nkrumah renamed the country after an ancient West African empire. He called it Ghana.
Ghana, Ghana is the name. Ghana, we wish to proclaim. We will be jolly, merry and gay. The 6th of March, Independence Day.
It was one of the truly memorable moments in Africa's recent history that I've been privileged to watch and witness. By winning independence, Nkrumah fired the imagination and raised the hopes of black people everywhere. Not only in the Gold Coast, or Ghana as it now became, but throughout the black continent and even across the seas. They believed that Ghana's independence was going to be good news for them as well. And Nkrumah, for his part, was determined to prove them right.
At long last, the battle has ended. Your beloved country is free forever. Today, from now on, there is a new African in the world. That new African is ready to fight his own battle and show that, after all, the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. And we again rededicate ourselves not only in the struggle to emancipate other territories in Africa. Our independence is meaningless unless it linked up with the total liberation of the African continent.
Nkrumah lost no time in proving that he meant just what he said, that Ghana must lead the way for the liberation of all the other colonies. He saw beyond nationalism. He saw it as a prelude in Africa to internationalism, to the building of a unity and freedom that should become continent-wide. In Ghana at this time was the future leader of Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe.
His Pan-Africanist approach that Africa must be united, that the rest of Africa, which was still under colonial rule, must be freed. Those were very, very important ideas. And we continued even after I had quit teaching to travel to Ghana nearly on a yearly basis to hold conferences there and to get inspired by Kwame Nkrumah.
200 delegates to the All-African People's Conference heard a speech much to their liking by the Prime Minister of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Fighters for African freedoms, I appeal to you in the sacred name of Mother Africa to leave this conference resolved to rededicate yourselves to the task of forming among the political parties in your respective countries a broad united front based upon one common fundamental aim and object, the speedy liberation of your territories. This mid-20th century is Africa's. This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
Among nationalists inspired by Nkrumah's words at that conference was a delegation from another British colony, Kenya. Unlike Ghana, Kenya was one of a whole group of colonies where Africans had long pressed for peaceful progress, but in vain. The reason was clear. This was a settler colony, home of a strong and well-established white community centered around the prosperous city of Nairobi. These Kenya settlers, fearing to lose their privileged standard of living, were determined to frustrate all African requests for change. Early in the 1950s, the settlers pushed for still stronger political protection, and the colonial government gave way. Settler agitation thrust aside all thought of concessions, especially now that African protest began to take a desperate form. In 1952, a state of emergency was declared. The leading African spokesman, Jomo Kenyatta, was arrested with 200 others and sent into detention. 100,000 Africans were rounded up, many in Nairobi, and deported to crowded rural areas. And the outcome was an armed uprising on an unprecedented scale in British African colonies. Its scene was the White Highlands, where the settlers had taken the land of Kenya's largest people, the Kikuyu. 50 years earlier, a British officer had made a remarkable prophecy. If white settlement really takes hold in this country, he wrote, it's bound to do so at the expense of the Kikuyu, who had the best land, and I can foresee much trouble. And 50 years later, from their base in the dense forests north of Nairobi, as many as 20,000 fighters had taken up arms against the colonial authorities. Through more than 4 years of desperate and sometimes terrible clashes, more than 9,000 Africans lost their lives. Fewer than 50 Europeans were killed, and yet the colonial government and the white settlers could see in the rebels nothing more than savage murderers bent on the mindless killing of white people and lost to all reason in the depths of superstition. They called the rebels Mau Mau, a term of contempt. But the rebels gave themselves a different name. Mostly they were simple people, few of whom could read or write, and yet they had a clear and exact idea of what they were fighting and dying for. They called themselves the Land and Freedom Army.
Kĩrĩa gĩatũmire tũthiĩ mũtitũ niĩ ndĩrute gũthiĩ kũrũĩra Mau Mau nĩ ũndũ wa gĩthaka na wĩyathi. Kuma hĩndĩ ĩyo marakara nĩmo matũmire ndonye mũtitũ wa Aberdare. Kũringana na ũguo nĩ twarũire tondũ ndatonyire mũtitũ 1953 na ndacokire kumĩra 1955.
Ndaiguire ndĩna ũru nĩ ũndũ wa mũgũnda wa baba gũtunyanwo kwa njĩra ya mahĩtia na gũtirĩ mũgũnda ũngĩ ona ũmwe twatigĩirio. Ũguo ngĩona kĩhoto nĩ gũthiĩ thĩinĩ wa mũtitũ ngarũe nĩgetha mũgũnda ũcio wa baba ũgacoka kana ngĩe na mũgũnda ũngĩ.
Land was the crux of the conflict. The land the Africans had lost, the land the settlers were determined to keep. The spiral of violence went beyond the control of either side.
From the Cathedral of the Highlands in Nairobi are borne the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Roger Ruck and their 6-year-old son, Michael, a British family brutally murdered by the Mau Mau. Here in a lonely farmhouse, far from the comparative safety of the city, police dogs found the Rucks stabbed to death. But the Mau Mau strike not only at Europeans, their own people are often among their victims. Thick woods and jungle have to be penetrated to find the murderers, so Samburu tribesmen who know the country well join in the manhunt.
Many thousands of Africans were arrested and found themselves facing stiff sentences for their involvement in the uprising. Many thousands of others were detained in prison camps without any trial at all. Captive rebels remember the camps as places of painful suffering.
Na twarutaga wĩra wĩna hinya mũno tondũ ĩka ĩmwe twacimbaga na thururu andũ 50 o mũthenya. Na nĩ twahũragwo mũno tondũ na kiugo nĩ kwaigĩtwo thigari cia gũtũhũraga nĩ athũngũ. Na nĩ menjete irima mwathiũrũrũka andũ matakuĩte andũ terĩ mũtingĩtiga kũhũrwo.
But the strength of the British Army and its counterinsurgency tactics proved far too powerful for the makeshift troops of the Mau Mau. In October 1956, the rebel commander, Dedan Kimati, was at last captured and hanged, and the 4-year-old rebellion was crushed. But although militarily defeated, the forest fighters soon knew that the political battle was won. The rebellion was followed by an attempt to heal the wounds, yet nothing could be the same as before. No matter what efforts at civilian reconstruction might be made, the British now understood that there could no longer be any future for colonial rule in Kenya. Jomo Kenyatta, the man whom a British governor had called the leader to darkness and death, was released from prison to become the honored president of an independent nation. Among the many influential new leaders of other former British colonies was the humane and far-seeing Julius Nyerere. Happily for him, Tanzania and neighboring countries, Uganda, Malawi, Zambia, freedom came without an armed struggle, as it did for the most powerful African country of them all, the Great Federation of Nigeria. And Britain departed from tropical Africa to the general satisfaction of all concerned. And the new leaders, like those of Nigeria, accepted happily, at least to begin with, the British pattern of parliamentary rule. All that mattered at this stage was freedom. In the vast African empire of France, there were few white settlers to displace, and many black nationalists could travel a relatively peaceful road towards independence. But in Algeria, with a large French population, a major war lasted through the 1950s. It was a tragedy which reproduced every horror of the Kenya rebellion, but on a huge scale. A well-organized guerrilla army with mass support fought to end a racist and oppressive French administration dominated, as in Kenya, by white settlers. As many as 700,000 French troops were poured in with all the available military hardware at their disposal. It was to prove the most savage war of independence Africa had seen. Even an electrified fence with 900,000 landmines was strung round Algeria's borders in a bid to cut off the rebels from outside help. Sheer military power very nearly defeated the liberation fighters, but their popular support, despite ruthless reprisals, never collapsed. About 1 million Algerians died, including many of their outstanding young leaders. The French Republic was torn apart, and France itself was threatened with civil war. Into this catastrophe stepped France's wartime hero, Charles de Gaulle. While moving secretly to concede independence to Algeria, he set about bolstering French colonial positions south of the Sahara. Touring these colonies with all his pride and panache, de Gaulle offered political rights within a French community, within, that is, the enclosing power of France. The future president of Senegal, Léopold Senghor, recalls those days.
Le général de Gaulle était un nationaliste. Il mettait la France, n'est-ce pas, au-dessus de tout. Mais c'était un homme qui avait le sens de l'histoire. Le général de Gaulle nous a compris, mais la plupart des partis en France ont pratiqué la politique du diviser pour régner quand il s'est agi de nous accorder l'autonomie d'abord et l'indépendance ensuite.
In Senegal, as in all the French colonies except Guinea, which struck out on its own, de Gaulle's offer was accepted. Nationalist leaders stepped smartly into the palaces of the departing French governors, and political independence duly followed. Each of the new states of the former French Empire adopted the French model of parliamentary government with a national assembly and set out to make its independent mark on the world. But most of them were small or with little population and resources, heavily dependent on France, and France was able to retain a tight financial and even military control, a control that was going to endure for many years into the future.
wind of change blowing through the Belgian Congo, and down comes the Belgian flag in Leopoldville, a few days, in fact, in advance of independence. Elected as Prime Minister of the new Congo Republic, Mr. Patrice Lumumba receives congratulations from members of both Houses of Parliament.
The applause was ready, but little else. Belgium had allowed this huge colony just 6 months to prepare for its independence. Britain gave Nigeria the best part of 10 years. President Kasavubu might have the right clothes for the job, but that unhappily was about all. The much more able Prime Minister Lumumba had to rely on men of no experience.
I found myself at the age of 27, minister in the cabinet in Kinshasa and ambassador to the United Nations. Among the 36 cabinet ministers and secretary of state were just 3 of us holding university degrees.
With few Belgian officials left to help, chaos erupted. The Congolese army mutinied and rampaged. Whole provinces rebelled. Situated between a newly independent Africa to the north and the white-ruled colonial south, the Congo, with its rich mineral wealth, became the victim of outside interference.
They saw their economic, especially, and financial interest threatened by the kind of men like Lumumba. So personally, at United Nations, I had a feeling that we are going to face chaos, and it didn't take time before United Nations troops move in. And as you know, United Nations troops were financed mainly by United States of America and Western countries. So we changed from the Belgian colonialism to international colonialism.
United Nations troops had come in response to an appeal from Prime Minister Lumumba. Some of them were from newly liberated African states, with the strongest reasons for wanting to see a stable Congo. But the United Nations failed to uphold him. For the UN, this was a humiliating setback. For Lumumba, it was a death sentence. The rebellious army commander Mobutu was able to arrest him. And in scenes of outrageous brutality, the Congo's first prime minister was handed over to foreign-backed rebels fighting for control of the mineral wealth of Katanga province. There he was tortured and, in the end, secretly murdered. For those with hopes of a generally peaceful transfer of power, as the remaining colonial governments continued their withdrawal, the Congo was a disaster. Ignoring all the circumstances which had led to that disaster, the enemies of black Africa used it as evidence that Africans could not be left to govern themselves. A diplomat from Ghana, Mr. Yao Terkson, recalls his own reaction.
So certainly the Congo came as a great disappointment, and in a sense as a great defeat for what Nkrumah or the Pan-Africanists would have wished the world to believe. There was no more unity, even among the African countries, not to mention the confusion in Congo itself.
But the Pan-African idea was still very much alive. In 1963, in the Ethiopian capital of Addis Ababa, 32 independent countries came together to form the Organization of African Unity. The aims were defined by Tanzanian President Julius Nyerere.
This conference has been faced with one task. It is the task of finding a common denominator which will guide us in our determination to rid our continent of the remaining vestiges of colonialism, and in our determination to see an Africa speaking with one single voice.
And the OAU did indeed prove valuable, at least in its early years. Yet loyalties to Pan-Africanism varied.
The OAU was a great unifying point, but you will recall that the charter of the OAU was a compromise between the two extremes. There was, on the other hand, Nkrumah's vision of a unitary continental government, and then you had what later became the Monrovia Group of Nations, including the French-speaking Nigeria, Liberia, and so on, who wanted a much more moderate approach. And the OAU was a compromise solution. So from that point of view, it was a great disappointment to the Nkrumah's idea of a continental government, of a unitary African continental government.
This complex, built for the OAU in Accra, is a reminder of Nkrumah's all-consuming drive for African unity, which was to lead, ironically and even disgracefully, to his downfall. His critics were able, with increasing truth, to accuse him of neglecting or mishandling the affairs of his own country. In 1966, while he was away in the Far East on a mission aimed at helping to make peace for Vietnam, discontented generals rebelled and overthrew his government. He had to live out his last years in a sad exile, where he died in 1972. Yet his place in modern African history was already assured as a certainly controversial but powerful force for liberating change. There were many who thought that once the major colonial powers, particularly Britain and France, had voluntarily surrendered their African empires, smaller ones would be ready to do the same. It was not to be. Stubbornly obtuse to the last, Portugal's dictatorship held on grimly to its African colonies in the face of widening resistance. In Angola and Mozambique, guerrilla armies were increasingly active, while the tiny colony of Guinea-Bissau, a country almost forgotten by the world, was gripped in a desperate struggle. Here, dense forests and mangrove-lined creeks were the chosen field of battle for a small but determined army of guerrillas led by an outstanding African strategist, Amilcar Cabral.
We think that all the time there still be colonies in Africa. Africa will not be really independent. We think that our people have the obligation to liberate our country, see, to contribute for the liberation of Africa.
Heavily outnumbered by the well-armed troops of Portugal, Cabral's men began their struggle in early 1963. No help came from the West. Portugal, after all, was part of the NATO alliance, and none of Portugal's partners was prepared to aid or encourage anti-colonial rebellion. So, not for the first time, an African liberation movement turned for help to the communist world. Here, accompanied by a British film crew, the guerrillas attack one of the many fortified Portuguese garrisons. This one, called Buba, possessed an important oil dump.
Our army is not a military organization like the other armies, you know. You see, our army is an instrument of our people to fight for independence. It developed from nothing until now, what you have seen, you see. But the principal character of our army is that we are not military people. We are armed militants, you see. And after independence, after have realized our goal, the major part of these people have to go back to cultivate the soil.
For me, who knew him through hard and very testing years, Cabral was the most far-seeing of all the political thinkers and men of action who have devoted themselves to the liberation of Africa from colonial rule and from the negative aspects of Africa's own past. Tragically, he was unable to preside over the freedom which his leadership had done so much to make possible. In 1973, he was struck down by assassins in the pay of the enemy. In Mozambique, the army of Frelimo had also made progress, with thousands of young men and women committed to the struggle. But like other nationalist movements in periods of great tension, Frelimo had to overcome internal divisions in the leadership. It was in 1968 that Frelimo, Mozambique's liberation movement, held a crucially important congress in a liberated zone of the Mozambican province of Niassa, north of where I am now. I was the only European to have been invited and to be present, and for days I listened to the delegates, some 150 of them, as they hammered out their policies. A minority was for trying to negotiate a compromise with the Portuguese. But the majority argued that any compromise would be bound to spell defeat and disaster for the whole movement and its aims. The majority view prevailed. Events had shown that no compromise was possible. Within a few months, Frelimo's first president, Eduardo Mondlane, was assassinated by Portuguese agents. But into his place stepped his closest supporter, the Frelimo commander, Samora Machel.
A nossa guerra era popular, não? Concessão. Primeiro é preciso ter uma concessão clara, política. Uma concessão clara, política. Para poder conceber a política do inimigo. Conceber os objetivos do inimigo. E para poder avaliar corretamente a força do inimigo. Sem esta compreensão política, em primeiro lugar, não é possível fazer uma estratégia correta.
For Samora, the starting point of analysis was always political, but he quickly revealed himself to be a first-rate commander in the field and a brilliant strategist.
Definimos Tete como o ponto central, a província vital para o desenvolvimento da luta de libertação de Moçambique. Considerávamos Tete o dorso do camelo, entende? O dorso do camelo.
Camel's back.
Dorso de camelo. É ali o ponto decisivo, o ponto nevrálgico. Então definimos o Tete. É assim que nós fizemos o documento em 1970. Compreender e assumir a Batalha de Tete. E por quê? Tete fazia fronteira com Manica e Sofala, onde havia maior implantação de colonos. Onde era o centro de desdobramento das forças do inimigo. Portanto, nós decidimos, é preciso plantar no estômago do inimigo os germes que provocam cancro.
Samora's problem was to push the war from the north into the south. His forces in the liberated zones faced the solid bulk of the Portuguese army, barring the way. So, by way of a new supply line, he thrust guerrilla units south through the province of Tete, cutting into the enemy's communications.
É como que luta de boxe, não? É? A esquerda sempre prepara condições, não é verdade? Mas a direita para ser demolidor. Entende, Basil? É? A direita conservada como demolidor. E é assim que nós infiltramos as nossas forças, atravessar o Zambeze, abrir a frente de Manica e Sofala e operar a retaguarda do inimigo, para não ter a logística. Era preciso destruir a logística do inimigo, a retaguarda do inimigo, nas linhas interiores do inimigo.
Not even ruthless airstrikes could help the arrogant Portuguese commander, General Causa de Arriaga. He told his officers that the black people are the least intelligent of all the peoples in the world and could never win the war. But Frelimo had proved him singularly wrong, and now his outmaneuvered troops hit blindly at the civilian population. These liberation wars were long and painful. Every kind of military devilry was unleashed upon the liberation movements by the Portuguese colonial armies, which were also, of course, fascist armies, in order to break their spirit and divide them from their crucial base in popular support. Here was Wiriamu, scene of one of the worst acts of Portuguese militarist terror, when in 1972, a whole village, more than 400 people, was wiped out in a vain attempt to hold up the advance of Frelimo's liberation fighters. This empty place today is a grim reminder of the price that had to be paid to end the enormities of colonial rule. In 1975, Portugal's empire in Africa was finally destroyed, and with it fell the Portuguese dictatorship. As many as 500,000 Portuguese settlers hastily departed, spurning appeals that they should stay to help rebuild the newly independent countries. A colossal pile of wrecked military transport was left to mark the graveyard of the Portuguese war machine. Nothing anywhere, perhaps, could better illustrate the waste and futility of these Portuguese wars, fought so long and hard against every pleading of good sense, and at such a cost to the people of Portugal as well as to peoples in Africa. Across the border in Rhodesia were 250,000 white people of mainly British stock, for whom this prosperous land with its pleasant climate was home. They were just as determined not to see their comfortable existence undermined. For years, the leaders of the large black majority worked for political progress by peaceful means. Those who stepped outside the rules as laid down by the whites might find themselves in detention without the benefit of a trial. But others would step forward, form parties, and press for change, all according to the constitutional game. In 1965, the white minority leader Ian Smith tore up those rules when he declared a unilateral independence aimed at preventing any sharing of power with the blacks.
How long, in your opinion, will it be before Rhodesia has one man, one vote, and whatever government that produces?
I hope never. I hope we never degenerate to that sort of thing, which is the counting of heads like counting of sheep. I think government is a very important thing. I think it's a great responsibility to have a vote. And if one wants to maintain high standards and maintain our Western civilization, then I believe we've got to maintain our standards. I would rather see the standards raised in Rhodesia than lowered.
Maintaining standards, in the view of Ian Smith, meant a rebellion against Britain in order to ensure that the black majority should never be able to raise its own standards to those of the white population, as he himself boasted, not for 1,000 years. Looking back today, the first black Prime Minister, Robert Mugabe, explains why, in reality, the power of the gun was now all that could count.
UDI was based on military strength. There is nothing that we could do in those circumstances unless we armed ourselves. And so we had to work out some mechanism for bringing about the downfall of UDI. And that mechanism, if it was to be effective, had to be an armed one.
This is the Rhodesia Broadcasting Corporation.
Listen to what women are saying about new cold water Omo.
It's fantastic. Just
There's a lot of living to do, with a lot of pleasure for you.
Half-hearted economic sanctions by the outside world allowed the whites to believe that it could be business as usual. But the guerrilla armies were growing in strength and efficiency. One of their fighters, a school teacher, gave his reasons for going to war.
And what do? How do we correct it? We have spoken, we have addressed meetings, we have even gone to the United Nations. Our leaders have. They've gone everywhere. They've gone all over. They've been to Britain. They expressed their opinions about the sufferings of their people. They went to the United Nations. They sought all means, possible means of solving the problems. And nobody bothered to listen. Nobody bothered to care about it. And what do? We can't remain as we are. We can't remain with that 10 acres allocated to my family. It's too small. Why do we deserve that one? We have to correct it. We have to correct this situation. Whether by suffering, we have chosen to suffer. And this we have. That's why we are in the forest. We'll remain so until that land is free.
Rhodesia at last became the independent state of Zimbabwe in 1980, nearly a quarter of a century after Ghana. How many more years must it be before the last great bastion of racist rule would fall? Behind me, some 200 yards away, lies South Africa, the country of apartheid, of a systematic racism, denying any human rights to black people. No system in Africa since the slave trade, it seems to me, has offered so vile an outrage to human decency. Against every condemnation by the civilized world, the profiteers of apartheid have continued to pursue their path of violence. As in so many other African countries where change has been demanded by a black majority, the white minority have replied with violence and repression. A series of trials saw anti-apartheid leaders, both black and white, being jailed. Nelson Mandela, leader of the banned African National Congress, has been behind bars for over 20 years. The massacre of innocent people in the towns of Sharpeville and Langer in 1960 proved to be the turning point. Peaceful protest against apartheid had led to the police shooting into the crowd, killing 83 people and wounding 365. This was the event, more than any other, that proved to the black leaders that armed struggle could no longer be avoided. The exiled president of the ANC, Oliver Tambo.
Well, because we felt we had reached the end of the road for non-violence. Not only had our struggle been non-violent, we had specifically tried desperately to avoid being provoked, refuse to be provoked by a policy of violence which the government had embarked upon. And violence against us was mounting, and we were making no impact whatsoever on the regime. There was no response of any kind. And we'd reached a position where we had to choose between surrendering, doing nothing at all, or fighting, and we decided to fight.
Mass shooting began again in 1976, another turning point, when children in the vast township of Soweto near Johannesburg refused to attend school as a protest against apartheid. Hundreds of them were shot down by the police.
The massacre itself shocked everybody, including South Africans and the international community, into a new awareness of the utterly criminal nature of the apartheid system. But it did something else. There was an uprising in response to the massacre. This was a great development, an uprising by the young people in Soweto and all over the country.
A year later, in circumstances which have never been satisfactorily explained, the popular student leader Steve Biko died in prison in Port Elizabeth of brain damage while he was being held in chains. At his funeral, every important strand of black opinion in South Africa came together in a united gesture of defiance. Nothing inside South Africa, it seems, can now disarm the growing violence of apartheid and resistance to it. Unless outside powers withdraw the essential support they continue to give to the system, South Africa's rulers are clearly determined to concede to the black majority no more than cosmetic changes, and those will prove futile. But whatever may befall in South Africa, and there must remain a hope for peaceful change, one thing has become certain. No amount of racist aggression or assassination is going to be able to withstand the onward surge and drive of a people longing and determined to be free. And freedom, whatever problems it may bring with it, is the only sure groundwork for peace. The opening of Parliament in Lagos, Nigeria in 1960, with Princess Alexandra standing in for the Queen, marked the official launch of Africa's biggest democracy. Nigeria was now independent with its own parliament on the federal model. 100 years of colonial rule had come to an end. Those were exciting days, a profoundly liberating time in history, because the general attitude of white people to black people and of black to white now began to swing full circle, away from the old constricting racism of white superiority matched against black inferiority, and forward to a new acceptance of the attitude of the classical and medieval world that whites and blacks certainly are different from each other in their appearance as in their history, but in human terms just as certainly are equal with each other. Within a year, another 17 African countries became independent, and African statesmen and politicians began to take their proper place in the councils of the world. The ending of colonial rule was good for Africa. It brought new confidence, a sense of independent achievement, and many fresh opportunities.
Africans unite, unite so we can cross the rivers, unite so we can cross the desert, unite so we can climb the mountains, unite so we can crush apartheid. No matter the color of your eyes and your skin, remember we are one in the Lord. Remember we are one in the blood. Remember we are brothers in the world. Together we will solve our problems. Together we will save our countries. Together we will change the world. Together we shall win forever. Forever we shall live together. Together we shall win. La 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 la. Together we shall win forever.
A good deal of modern Africa is a big success story. Bustling, elbowing, go-getting, full of vigor, and of course, full of the problems of rapid growth and change. But however difficult the problems were to become, the opportunity for Africans to build modern cities was one of the gains of independence. In a major African city like Lagos, vast sums have been invested in all the facilities of a 20th century capital. Lagos is a modern city running ahead of a much less developed countryside. Like many other cities, it's grown so fast as to be almost overwhelmed by the problems it has to bear. Problems of traffic and electric power and main drainage, problems of rising crime rates and overcrowded slums. The toughest of these problems were and are anything but new. They have their roots in a social and economic crisis, a profound crisis which began within the European colonial empires in Africa and as long ago as the Second World War. That was when vast numbers of country people began to flood into sprawling towns and cities, looking for escape, for refuge from village hunger, from forced labor, and from other miseries of those days. Nairobi, capital of Kenya, has built up the same business success as Lagos and suffers from the same troubles. In fact, most African cities have trebled or quadrupled in size over the last 20 years. And resources have been spent in the cities at the cost of much larger rural populations. People from the countryside have continued to flood into the city looking for work and squat in the inevitable shanty towns which form on every patch of land, even close to the city centre. Crowded and insanitary, these shanty towns are breeding places for disease and crime. And massive unemployment among those who live in them is unrelieved by the welfare state facilities of wealthier countries. This huge growth of cities has led to tensions and troubles which few African governments have been able to contain. When independence came, European models of parliamentary government were adopted, but the European models have proved increasingly unworkable. This is not because Africans haven't known how to operate their own systems of representative or constitutional government, or even of democracy. On the contrary, their history has revealed a variety of such systems. The European models failed for other reasons. They were evolved, after all, within class-divided societies, very different in their structure from the societies of this continent. Here, as it happened, the parliamentary systems fell increasingly into the hands of small groups of privileged people who hastily sought their personal gain at the expense of the majority and soon were lost in confusion and corruption. The temptation for political leaders to imitate the lifestyle of their former rulers has been almost irresistible, and European businessmen have been quick to exploit this weakness in Africa's new rulers and promote it to their own advantage. The gap in living standards between a few rich and many poor has grown dangerously wide, and the worst aspects of the colonial legacy have sometimes reappeared in grotesque shape. No one went so far down the road of privilege and corruption as General Bokassa of the Central African Republic. Having proclaimed himself president for life, Bokassa indulged an apparently insatiable appetite for pomp and ceremony, sometimes indeed to the envy or discomfort of neighboring rulers, some of whom had also taken dictatorial powers. In 1974, this one-time soldier in the French colonial forces, backed by business and political partners in Paris, promoted himself marshal of an army barely big enough to put on a parade. But there were plenty of policemen. Critics and opponents were tortured and killed. Bokassa's reign became a bloody caricature of the dictatorship of colonial times. In 1977, with the solemn connivance of his friends in France, Bokassa had himself crowned as emperor over an empire of scarcely 2 million desperately poor people. The coronation cost over a quarter of the country's income, and Bokassa wasn't the only would-be monarch.
They think king is something very big, so that they wanted to crown me as the king of Africa.
Field Marshal Amin, another ex-colonial soldier, seized power in Uganda to the great satisfaction of the British government. Like other African dictators, Amin stepped into a power gap opened by the failure of the political institutions derived from the colonial legacy.
I have been most popular in the Africa because other Africa, even if it is a superpower, makes a mistake, the heads of state are afraid of correcting or pointing out that mistake. Only me who can point out that mistake, and that the entire Africa said that this is the hero of Africa and this is the king of Africa.
Amin courted popularity in public while secretly imprisoning and torturing his opponents. Increasingly anxious to distract attention from the miseries he'd caused, Amin sent his army to attack neighboring Tanzania. Reluctantly, the Tanzanians hit back and went to the aid of Amin's opponents. This brief war was none of their choosing, but they embarked on it at great cost to themselves in the conviction that Africa must put its own house in order. Short of modern weapons, fuel and ammunition, the Tanzanians were still able to advance with speed, for they met little opposition. With obvious jubilation, Ugandans greeted the Tanzanian troops as liberators, and many rallied to fight alongside them. When the Tanzanians entered Amin's headquarters, the so-called State Research Bureau, the reasons for this rejoicing became plain. They uncovered gruesome evidence of torture, poisoning, the deliberate starving and shooting of thousands of political prisoners, many of whom were killed in the last hours before relief came from Tanzania. The wars which have diminished the gains of independence all have their origins in the colonial legacy and in the problems of building new nations. The longest war began in 1962 when Ethiopia annexed the former Italian colony of Eritrea. Emperor Haile Selassie, who'd carried through the annexation, was overthrown by a military coup in 1974. Popular revolution followed. But the new government failed to solve its fundamental political problem: how to transform Haile Selassie's empire into a freely accepted federation of its various peoples. So the war continued, with tens of thousands of Ethiopian conscripts still trying to put down the resistance of ill-armed but stubborn Eritrean volunteers. The military regime of Ethiopia, under its leader, Colonel Mengistu, stayed loyal to the old imperial ambitions, but the arms supplies no longer came from Britain and America. The Ethiopian government found new friends as rivalry between the superpowers spread destructively throughout Africa. Outsiders continued to meddle with Africa's affairs. Ethiopia sought the help of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. All across Africa, other wars were caused by the problem called tribalism. Many peoples found it hard to live together within the old colonial frontiers now that these had become national frontiers. The worst of these internal wars was fought in Nigeria around the would-be breakaway Republic of Biafra. The loyalties of the Igbo people, including some pitifully young volunteers, were ruthlessly exploited by their leaders. The Oxford-educated Colonel Ojukwu, the Igbo leader, had the backing of foreign oil and business interests. With the help of sophisticated propaganda, he convinced his followers that they must fight or face genocide. This was the problem of tribalism at its worst.
We are Biafra, fighting for our nation, by the name of Jesus, we shall conquer. Oh, we are Biafra, Ojukwu, fighting for our nation, by the name of Jesus, we must conquer. We are Biafra, fighting for our nation, by the name of Jesus, we shall conquer. Oh, Biafra, oh, fighting for our nation, Ojukwu, in the name of Jesus, we shall conquer. We are Biafra, fighting for our nation, by the name of Jesus, we shall conquer.
The armies of federal Nigeria were slow to get started, but when they did, their eventual success was inevitable, while destruction in their path added to the misery of the war. Many helpless people lost even the little that they had. Many children, orphaned and left to starve, were taken to emergency centres, usually the Christian mission stations, where there was almost nothing for them to eat. After 30 months of war, victory went to the armies of federal Nigeria, and there followed another 9 years of military rule. A succession of able generals showed that they could be both tolerant and constructive, and they restored the Federation to stability and peace. In 1979, the army withdrew in favor of civilian rule, but democracy didn't last, and military rule was re-established on the 1st of January 1984. Nevertheless, the peace which the army brought to Nigeria has been remarkable for its generosity.
The principle of no victor, no vanquished prevailed, and Nigerians became brothers once again soon after the war. And since then, a deliberate effort has been made on all sides, on all directions, to forget the past and join hands in order to build the future. I think in Nigeria's history, this process of reconciliation is something that every Nigerian ought to be proud of.
The British had administered Nigeria as 3 big regions, which tended to make tribal nationalism worse. After the war was over, Nigeria's rulers wisely redivided this enormous country into many much smaller states, providing a blueprint for continued federal unity. Democracy remains the hope for the future.
In some of the smaller communities in Africa, it may be possible to have a dictatorship or any other form of government because it may be manageable because of the size. But in a big country with a large population and diverse population, there's just no other alternative but democracy.
Since 1980, federal Nigeria has embarked on building a new capital at Abuja in the geographical center of the country, which will be a focal point for the whole federation. The expense is enormous, and there have been costly failures in the building program. But it's a brave attempt to get away from the old conflicts and rivalries and make a fresh start. The great city of Lagos is crammed into a small island on the coast. When Nigeria became a major oil exporting nation, the whole country went on a spending spree, importing from abroad all kinds of goods and materials, from mountains of cement to expensive foreign foods. Most of these goods contributed nothing to development. Nigeria, once a food exporter, now imports food in growing quantities. Once aroused, the appetite for Western imports has to be satisfied. Attempts to limit imports are accompanied by massive smuggling and widespread allegations of bribery and corruption. It's often said that many African countries have become disastrously corrupt, that politicians insist on bribes or contracts will not be signed, that officials demand bribes or agreements will not be met, even that nursing sisters in hospitals expect bribes or nursing services will not be rendered. If much of that may be painfully true, perhaps we should ask why. Is it that Africans are naturally dishonest? The facts of history say no to that. Or is it then that the frailties and temptations associated with corruption have always been promoted by building a get-rich-quick system, such as many African countries have gone in for? To that, the facts of history have always said yes. The cities of Africa have enormous commercial vitality. Lagos suffers such interminable traffic jams that a whole profession of street traders has developed. And these do nothing but ply the queues of paralyzed cars, trying to sell anything they can, from apples to alarm clocks.
Try this one and make it very well. Also, this one is very good. What price? Which one do you want? So we negotiate the price.
To pay for their imports and to get capital for development, many African countries borrow heavily from the outside world. Africa's debts to foreign countries multiplied 4 times in the single decade of the 1970s. And interest payments on these debts, often at high rates, eat into slender resources. A profound economic crisis envelops even the most advanced African countries. Africans naturally want the consumer goods which richer countries have to sell, and the big firms are only too happy to provide them. All across the continent, while poverty increases, so does the desire for the symbols of progress. As the cost of these imports rises, the value of African exports falls. That is the process which Africans condemn as neo-colonialism.
Chaque année, les prix des matières premières et services des pays du tiers-monde stagnent ou baissent, tandis que les prix des marchandises, les prix des biens et des services européens augmentent. Je vais vous prendre un exemple très précis. L'an dernier, les prix des matières premières africaines ont baissé de 20 à 50%. Je vais vous donner un autre chiffre des spécialistes européens. Il y a 2 ans, l'inflation était au maximum en Europe de 15%. Mais dans les pays du tiers-monde, l'inflation était entre 20 et 300%. C'est là que gît le néocolonialisme.
Africa depends on the export of raw materials. In Tanzania, the main export crop is sisal, a fiber used for rope and twine. Its export price is crucial to the country's economy.
When we were preparing our first five-year development plan, the price of our sisal was 148 British old pounds before devaluation, 148 pounds per ton. We felt this price was not likely to continue. So we planned on the basis that we might average 95 pounds per ton. It dropped down to less than 70. We can't win.
If the Tanzanians could make rope from their sisal, they'd get a better price for their produce. But this is actually prevented by the rich countries, which impose prohibitive duties on finished imports. The EEC put a 12% tariff on twines and cordage.
What can we do? What really can we do? What can a primary producer do? What do we do with our sisal? Eat it? I mean, what can we do with the sisal? We produce sisal, we have to sell the sisal. If the world market price goes down, what can we do? I mean, really, in a world of vultures, what can you do? I mean, really, the weak have to suffer.
Cocoa is the chief export of several African countries, including Ghana. The EEC put a 27% tariff on chocolate, so it doesn't pay for countries like Ghana to manufacture cocoa into chocolate. They have to sell it raw. Yet the price of raw cocoa sometimes falls, catastrophically.
There was a time when you used to give us about 3,500 pounds for a ton of cocoa. Today, you're giving us something around the region of 1,000 pounds. So we're forced to have to slave some more, producing this cocoa, the gold, to bring over to you. Meanwhile, your goods, the prices of your goods have just risen and gone up and up and up. Your manufactured goods that you're passing on to us, which you've cultured us, not only into needing, but into wanting.
If Africans can't win this trade war, perhaps they can earn precious foreign exchange by turning themselves into a tourist spectacle. Over the past 20 years, many African governments have attracted tourists to come and stare at the wildlife in one form or another. Countries like Kenya and Tanzania have turned vast regions into game parks. It's right to conserve these splendid animals, but Africa can't live as a zoo, and competition for land grows fiercer with every year that passes. The cattle of the wide plains of the Sahel, just south of the Sahara Desert, an area 2/3 the size of the United States, have always been the livelihood of many pastoral peoples. So long as wet season rains fall, these dry lands can supply enough grass to see cattle through the dry season. But when the rains fail, disaster quickly threatens. Then the efforts of the pastoralists to keep their cattle alive can only make matters worse. Every year, Africa is losing more than 6 million acres of woodland, partly from a desperate attempt, as here, to provide forage for hungry cattle. When the trees disappear, the water table falls and the soils turn to dust. Here, next year, there will be nothing to eat. Ambitious plans to make grassland farming more productive by building big grain stores or importing expensive machinery have foundered for lack of money to support them or because they don't fit into the life and customs of the pastoralists. The worst drought in living memory hit the Sahel countries in the 1970s, and with it came disaster. Since then, the drought has returned and has now spread far to the south, where productive lands are turning into a dust bowl. Human as well as natural causes lie behind this advance of the desert. Reductions in disease brought about a population explosion of people and livestock. Widespread sinking of wells encouraged bigger herds. The fragile balance with nature, once sustained by pastoral peoples, was destroyed. Terrible human suffering followed. Even in the 2 years of 1972-1973, 250,000 people died of starvation. As always, the children suffered worst, for they can't adjust like adults to sudden shortages of food. Even when parents starved to feed their children, the children still died first. Here in Ethiopia, the rains failed in 1974 for a third year in succession. Hundreds of thousands of people fled from their barren pastures and wherever they could flocked to relief centers, which were soon overwhelmed. In the 1980s, once again, ferocious drought returned. Countless people sent generous aid. But for many, the aid is too little and too late. And Band-Aid alone can't reach the roots of the problem. Only a fundamental change in economic relations between rich and poor can do that. And until that change is made, death by famine will surely strike again. In the aftermath of colonial rule, poverty and hunger now threaten to overwhelm the continent. But much of Africa is rich in natural resources, and these could provide enough for everybody. In a number of countries, Africans are beginning to succeed in putting their material and human resources to better use. Here in Mozambique, the gains of independence have inspired a countrywide effort at reconstruction. But there is still another enemy. The Mozambicans had to fight a long war to end Portuguese rule in 1975, but have since had to face a new violence from gangs armed and sent by a sharply hostile South Africa. At this meeting in Tet, the army presents some terrorists captured from gangs which have killed people and sabotaged communications. The principle here is that government should be everybody's business, and the army is very much a people's army. One young bandit tells the assembled people who recruited and paid him and what he was told to do. Violence from South Africa makes progress much more difficult.
Como é que é possível coexistir a opressão e a liberdade? Enquanto existir o apartheid na África do Sul, enquanto existir na África do Sul o governo de minoria racista, não é possível a paz. O sistema ele próprio já é uma ameaça à paz. Só é possível a paz com a queda do apartheid. Democracia na África do Sul.
Colonial Mozambique became desperately poor, barely able to feed its population. Yet as an independent country, it's potentially a land of great wealth, well able to feed many more people. Spreading across 16 degrees of latitude, Mozambique has soils and climate that could grow a very wide range of crops. The great river Zambezi could provide another source of wealth for Mozambique, electric power. Yet this dam at Cahora Bassa wasn't built for the people of Mozambique, but late in colonial times to send power to South Africa. Since independence, the power lines have frequently been sabotaged by South African-backed guerrillas. And despite recent diplomatic maneuvers by South Africa, the attacks have continued. The dam is almost useless to the country that owns it, but it could furnish the driving force for new industries once Mozambique becomes able to develop them. Large quantities of good coal are another of Mozambique's natural assets. This coal mine at Moatige produced little under the ousted colonial regime. But shortly after independence, the new government asked the miners to help in running the mine and got them interested in higher output. At the same time, the new government began putting in modern equipment, including some of the latest machinery from abroad. At Rissano Garcia on the South African frontier, trains still carry Mozambican workers to and from the gold mines of South Africa. Another hangover from colonial times when southern Mozambique was a dependent part of the South African economy. In the old days, the returning miners were often robbed on arrival and deprived of part of their earnings by the Portuguese authorities. Now they can keep their savings, and their gifts and goods are safe from pilfering. They join a meeting organized to welcome them back to their country, and they're invited to play their part in pushing ahead with the revolutionary changes now underway.
Viva Frelimo! Viva! Viva o trabalhador moçambicano unido no estrangeiro! Viva! Viva o trabalhador moçambicano unido no
The drive for renewal goes on, the struggle continues. And that's the message in the schools as well. A message that calls for social as well as economic reconstruction. In colonial times, this school served the privileged children of Portuguese settlers and a handful of their hangers-on. Only about 1 in every 100 Mozambicans could read or write. The task of teaching a whole generation may be enormous, but however difficult, it's seen as the key to a different future. The teachers are almost as young as the students, and all of them are the children of long and bitter campaigns against a harsh colonial system. As they say and repeat, every classroom is a zone that we have liberated. At least one Mozambican died to liberate each of our classrooms. This new Mozambique has declared itself a non-racial society where discrimination is no longer permitted. And the answer to the legacy of strife and deprivation, as they see it, is to discover how to draw everyone into a drive for self-development. In the rebuilding of any society, what matters most is the development of its people. But this can be accomplished only when people are in a position to develop themselves, because nobody else in the end is going to be able to do it for them. This here is an agricultural cooperative on the outskirts of Maputo. It was formed just over a year ago by 38 people on land abandoned by a Portuguese settler when independence came. Everything here is a small but growing part of a system known as People's Power, which extends in various ways across the whole country and is aimed at enabling people in community to develop and exercise social control over their own lives and decisions. These women decided to work as a self-governing cooperative without any men and see if they could make a living by producing vegetables for Maputo City. Because they have the power to take their own decisions, they've been able to overcome many obstacles. They've built a productive enterprise. To old tunes, they sing new songs. For running their own lives is really something new. But the work tradition on which they're drawing is both old and African. The freeing of women from past servitudes is another aspect of a Mozambican revolution which these people see as being and having to be very much their own creation, and their leaders see it in the same way.
Não se importa a revolução, não se transplanta a revolução tem de ter raízes no país. E este sistema popular é o produto da luta de libertação, é o produto do nosso povo, corresponde integralmente ao desejo do povo inteiro moçambicano. Não se transplanta a revolução.
With this revolution of people's power, Africa may well have found the long-term solution to poverty and confusion, for this is the solution of self-development. Here in Zimbabwe, once the settler colony of Rhodesia, it's a question of building on small and very difficult beginnings. The white Rhodesians crammed millions of country Africans, like this family, into dry and infertile tribal trust lands. Tendai Rusanamonzi and his family of 10 lived on this homestead for 12 years. Now he's been allotted new land a few miles away. Tendai and his family had to survive on 2 acres of overworked land, fast turning to desert. The move came just in time.
Ndikubva pano nenzira yekuti panapa takamanikidzana ende zvekare minda ndenge ndinaye pano ndenge ndine maeka matatu. Ndenge ndine maeka matatu zvino mvura yati ikanaya maeka iwayo abva anyura nemvura. Ivhu rakura rachembera. Ivhu radete. Saka ndakati regai ndiende kuri kubatsirwa wamwe kuti takapuwa minda. Saka ndakabva pano.
Transport for the move was provided by the government as part of a resettlement scheme, which, if successful, could set a pattern for the rest of Zimbabwe as well as for some other African countries. About 2 million Africans in Zimbabwe desperately need new land. But whites still own 40% of the arable acreage and all the best of it. With more capital and experience, the white farmers are more efficient producers. But the land needs of a huge black majority are a powerful hunger. When a little land does become available, it's the start of a journey to a better future. This new settlement at Mayo has been built on what once were 2 enormous white-owned farms. Only a handful of Europeans and their hired workers lived here before. 1,250 African families live here now, perhaps 8,000 people. Each family used to have 1 or 2 acres. Now it has 12 acres. No wonder they're happy. New land means new life. It can also mean new freedoms. Here, the people of the Mayo settlement have agreed among themselves to build for the future. They're building a school for which the government will provide a teacher. And to do this, they call on their own traditions of mutual aid and community work. This is the Africa that really matters. The Africa of the vast majority, finding their own way to the future. Not begging for help, but expecting that their needs and capacities will be recognized.
Our belief is, I think, the belief of every developing country, that the developed world should not isolate itself and hope that its own welfare can be served by preserving us as sources of raw material. We need to develop our industries, we need to develop our skills, and I think there's got to be this greater understanding between the developed countries and developing countries. Our development will redound to the benefit of both sides.
Africa moves into the modern world, and even in old Timbuktu, they're playing their own style of rock music. Ordinary Africans aren't dismayed by the challenges of the world today. And this is the Africa that doesn't despair, that can't afford to despair, but goes stubbornly ahead at its own pace, and yet knows when that's useful how to move with the times. So that there are small changes, small advances, even if these still have to go together with a round of chores that's hard enough and certain to continue. And these small advances nonetheless build into the restless dynamic of major changes, of contradictory advances which pose new problems and yet offer new opportunities to new generations and bring new equalities. Throughout their long history, Africans displayed creative energy and power. Today, making their own way again, the energy and power of the past can be renewed. Africa is going to be able to overcome its modern crisis in the measure that it develops from its own roots and draws strength from its own history of skill and enterprise and independent civilization. And as this self-development begins to flower in Africa now, so will the future begin to reflect once more the manifold achievements of the past. These were some of Africa's decisive moments in history. Today, beyond all present miseries, the sense of destiny and purpose begins to be renewed.
O sistema socialista liberta a iniciativa criadora do povo. O povo é que vai resolver.
Our people were free some time ago. That's why you needed chains to get them. Today, you don't need chains because of the influence of our minds. You've got us all trapped, but we're breaking free.
Et ce qui nous sauve, c'est notre vitalité. Vous avez l'esprit de méthode et d'organisation. Nous avons l'esprit d'intuition et l'esprit de création.
I think we have made a good start. I do not say that everything is all right, but we are making improvement, satisfactory improvement, and I believe that things will be better in the future.